Nobody blink. It's showtime.
Hello, welcome to the next GC9X livecast. We've got a lot of people with us today, probably a big turnout, and guess we should go and introduce ourselves.
So I will do just that. This is ShardMoure.
I'm Bobinator.
Is this the Burger King Kids Club?
You never saw this in school? Like,
No,
first
I
grade?
have. I can't remember the Jesus, there's even a handicapped kid. You're gonna have to beep that out. This is Joseph Joestar. If you couldn't tell by me saying insensitive things about differently abled people.
I guess that's my cue. I'm Weasel. I'm probably going to be coughing over most of this cast. I really hope I don't infect anybody. Might as well have your antivirus scanners on.
I'm X Factor. I'm already infected. It's okay.
Is that everyone?
Anybody else?
Nameless? Was Nameless on?
Yes, I'm on. I don't really
It's too
think
good
anybody
for
cares
us.
much about me. And I thought the Tenga and Argent hadn't introduced themselves, so...
Well, they're a bit incommunicado at the moment.
This is a Tenga, and I realized my mic was just muted.
That would be.
Off to a great start, I
That-
see.
And then all that's left is Argent, and I'm wondering if he's even able to unmute himself.
I'm MrArgent, and people often wait. Am I muted?
No, we can hear you.
You just sound like you're in a I'm bathroom. Mr. Argent. People wonder if I'm real.
Yeah, you finished it. I'm gonna move.
If only Lance was in the call with us. Oh, wait a minute. He doesn't have a mic, does he?
Sure. You may remember me from such Skype calls as that other one last night, where we played sex games.
That's not
that
something we're
was
showing you
The
guys.
John Erotica, if I had to guess.
Today,
Are we talking about that? No, go ahead, Bob.
today we're talking about shareware. We're showing shareware. And things that technically aren't shareware, but I want to stream just because they need to be seen, damn it.
So we
So-
got the Doom properties there.
Who here can define the basic concept of shareware real quick?
I will hand that off to Weasel, since he's generally the expert on these sort of things.
So, shareware is software that's generally distributed by the people that downloaded it. The whole idea is that there's a specific version of a program or game that you're encouraged to make copies of and give to people like friends, coworkers, etc. In an age of don't copy that floppy, this is the kind of stuff that encourages you to do exactly the opposite. Do copy that floppy. The only thing is, if you like it and use it for more than like 30 days or so, you're encouraged to actually pay the people money for it. And Apogee expanded on this further by only giving you a small portion of a game and then encouraging you to pay for the rest of it.
And that's what we're going to be going over today. We've got a lot of stuff, some good, some... Well, I'm sure you can guess from there. We got stuff like this, Duke Nukem 2, which is probably the higher tier stuff, and stuff that most people actually remember when it comes to shareware stuff. Apogee, Epic, id Software, that kind of thing.
And those were the big three for the most part. Was there any other that was as big as those that anyone can actually name?
Arguably, Steve Moraff of Moraffware was another big proprietor of shareware. Australia had Monocom, who were essentially distributors for Apogee and Epic, but I think they also had a couple originals I don't remember offhand.
Were they
And
involved in Dan, or is that someone else?
might have been, I don't remember. And then the only other one I can think of, I'm not sure if they even qualify, is Soft Disk Publishing. I'm pretty sure they at some point did engage in shareware after Apogee popularized it, but I think most of their software output was from their subscription-based Big Blue Disc series, which is a different thing entirely.
And this is Doom, which doesn't really need an introduction. I'm mostly putting this up to say that Shareware actually got really big, and again, what I'm trying to say is that just because something was Shareware doesn't mean it was like a little rinky-dink kind of operation, I guess.
Although sometimes that's actually a good thing in the case of a few of the games on the docket today.
Yeah, they're very rinky-dink.
Yeah, but I believe id were more or less the progenitors, if not the. I don't think they invented shareware, but I do know they popularized it. Before Doom, of course, was Wolfenstein 3D in the first episode of that.
Oh yeah, that thing broke a lot of records.
Like it was released in 3 episodes.
And we'll also be looking at stuff like this, which is the less popular, less talked about side of shareware. Just generally what.
The site of Shareware where everything is drawn with the default deluxe paint fonts and has ripped Homer Simpson wave files as the sound output.
Which was probably about 75% of share you'd find, honestly.
Oh boy, Skunny.
I dare you to find more than 5 Shareware games that weren't made by Apogee or Epic that don't have Homer Simpson sound clips in them.
I remember some free...
5.
I seem to remember there was some free PC game that was like some sort of Pong clone, but played using heads of Bill Clinton and Al Gore. I don't know if this game actually exists or if I actually dreamt it, but, anything was possible back then.
And I'd also like to... I'll admit this is not technically shareware. They might have published some games that were shareware, but this company right here, it's more shovelware. Still,
and the spirit's very similar in any case.
Well, a lot of the stuff is basically shareware that they repackaged and shoveled on the discs.
I have a lot of history of this company right here, because I see their compilations and games in the stuff like drugstores and Office Depots and Staples and what have you, and I was a dumb child who would not stop buying their stuff, even though I probably should have.
To their credit, though, they did publish the retail version of Treadmarks, which is an excellent game, and if you find a copy, please buy it, because... it's cool.
Does it still run?
It should. I haven't tried it in a while, though.
Okay, don't listen to Weasel's suggestions on what to buy, because clearly
and this
he's out
I
of
just
touch.
put in because I thought it was pretty appropriate for the topic.
I should be receiving that on my screen.
No, I'm going to actually be linking something here in a second.
I
only
can't
the
click that
Skype
right now.
call host will be able to see this, but this is what a typical shareware disk image would look like.
And this is the kind of thing you find at the drugstores.
And I also linked one in the actual stream chat.
Oh,
but
God.
yeah,
Basically, they'd give you 10 or so games, and they'd call them quote-unquote special editions, but they were always demos. They'd never give you a full version.
Yes, I was actually fooled by that ploy once, Bob. Namely, with a copy of Deus Ex that was actually the very just Liberty Island, I think, and they called it a special edition, but it wasn't actually the full release, and I was so mad by that. I was unbelievably angry because I had just gotten into the game. I was doing really well, and then suddenly, oh yeah, this is not the full version.
SoftKey were massively bad about that, though.
They were terrible.
They would sell special enhanced editions of stuff like Gangsters and Tomb Raider, and it would be the demos on CD.
Same thing happened with Earthworm Jim once.
Yep, that's another one of those.
I'm willing to wager you can find better quality products than that in a cereal box.
And this is one of their higher quality games, so...
We're probably getting ahead of ourselves here. Go ahead, Bob.
This is one of their better, higher quality games, we'll say, so we got that to look forward to. Check out that draw distance.
Oh God, is that Globy? It looks a lot like Globy, and I don't even know
what we were talking about. My connection shit the bed.
That's fine.
Games.
We're talking about shovelware generally. And this is another company I'd like to spend some time on once we get started. This is Spooky Castle from a company called Hamumu Software. And Hamumu is a company run by just one guy. And the guy tries, I admit, but since like 1980, he basically makes like the same game, and all of them look almost exactly like this right here.
To be fair, some of them do look slightly better. The issue I have with this guy's games aren't that they're bad necessarily. They're actually pretty decent. Graphics are goofy. It's that he's still charging $30 for these games. $20 to $30 for something like that.
This is from 1998.
In an age when you can get a game like Guacamelee in a sale for $3, he's still charging $30 for this.
And this is these games are like a decade old. Here's another game he did, like a year later. This is Kid Mystic. Basically the same thing, the RPG elements. This is from 2000. This is Dark and Lunatic. I'm sure you can see a theme here.
Now, are those like pre-rendered?
Yeah,
they're pre-rendered.
Everything he does is pre-rendered. And it always looks like this.
Does it have like creepy animations and shit like in cave games?
No, it's just more like really stiff looking and goofy.
And this is from 2003. He is currently charging $30 for this game right now.
Jeez.
I feel though that I should point out though again his Flash games that he's done so far, the Robot Wants Kitty and Robot Wants Ice Cream and whatnot, have a much more retro style graphic to them, and they're Flash based.
And they're free, which is pretty helpful.
Still $30 for that. And this is a game where like you have to collect brains, and once you've collected every single brain of the level, he says, "I'm Cool Cat Bad," and then a big fart cloud like pops out of him. I'm Cool Cat Bad.
Okay, that's
Wow.
pretty
And just show this, he does do other games sometimes, but he still. This is one of his newest games, and he has like a ton of DLC that costs like $5 each, so he's still not really getting it.
Amazing.
And that's our introduction right there. Just a minute, we'll get started with some stuff and see how that goes. I think
this isn't directly related, but I want to say that what is it? Hamumu Software kind of reminds me of Free Lunch Design for whatever reason. The guys who did Icy Tower. Although I think nowadays they do casual games.
Yeah, they
kind of sad.
They actually do Android games now. I saw Icy Tower 2 for Android.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I would almost buy that.
We'll be starting with
the problem is though you can't find a lot of his older games. They're just not available from his site. I don't even know if you can get the free version of Icy Tower anymore.
That may come with spyware or something now.
Yeah.
But we'll be starting off with some DOS games, and we'll kind of move on from there. So let me go and get that started.
Let's go.
Who, Goomer?
Let's see. I have a request from Weasel here, and this is not technically a Shareware game, but I want to show it off for him anyway. It's a... I don't know if I call it a good game. It is an interesting game. I think so I'd be happy to show it off for him.
This I have to see. If it's the game I'm thinking of.
I think we've all seen this at this point, but... So this is freeware, which means it's literally free, but the spirit counts.
I think it was actually made by a demo scene group, actually. Doesn't make it not free. Yeah.
Now, have you guys talked about the different categories? You had the shareware, the freeware, the
shovelware. I guess we could go into detail a little bit about that. So we mentioned what shareware was, or at least Weasel went into detail about that. Freeware is games that are literally free. Nowadays, you'd mostly call those sort of games indie games, like free indie games. That's generally what freeware became. And then you have shovelware, which is, as Bob noted, it's just a company that takes a bunch of games, shareware games, and shovels it onto a disc and then sells it to you. That was a lot more common, especially in the 90s. I mean, you had stuff like for Doom, specifically known as D-Zone. And like D-Zone was just a big disc. They just like trolled the BBS. They downloaded all the levels and then they put it on a disc, and you could buy it in most stores. So
now, where did you guys get? Oh, sorry.
This is basically Galaga with a beer theme to it or something.
Yeah. Galaga for alcoholics and those recovering from alcoholism. What were you going to say,
Of course,
Jojo?
the most notable thing are all the sound effects.
I was gonna say the animation on that rotating beer, like the label on it, that's pretty good detail.
Yeah, like I think all of the beer bottles and options and things rotate, and that's a neat little thing. I want to say, Bob, as a strategy, the beer bottle that you want to buy with the money you have right now is the pony.
I can't afford it, it seems.
Actually, someone in the stream chat has noted that freeware might have actually evolved into what is now known as free-to-play. I'm not sure if I agree with that, because free-to-play is a kind of a different thing. It's kind of like an evolution of the MMO market.
Basically, pay nothing up front, but pay forever. As someone on GameSpot put it when talking about Ace Combat Infinity.
Well, that's a problem I have with free-to-play, is that it's not technically free. It's kind of deceptive. Because you can play the game, but it's more like a demo until you put money in to actually, like speed it up, so you don't have to spend like 10,000 years trying to buy.
Free games do exist. They still exist.
Yeah, the free-to-play are almost a branch off of Shareware, because I don't know if we talked about this, but in a lot of cases you would get the first episode of 3 or 4. Basically, you'd get a set of levels or a chunk of the game for free. You could get that in the Shareware form, and then you would have to mail, $30 or whatever to Apogee or, the individual making the game to get the rest of the game. And that's how Doom was. And you guys probably always said that, but
no,
I never
cap that.
Well, did you guys ever do that?
I never actually sent money out. I usually would buy box copies, and I actually bought a copy of Doom years after the fact in a retail collection, or it was just a retail version of Ultimate Doom. Came on a CD and everything. Doom 2, I actually didn't own a legit copy of that for a long time because, again, sending out for money for it I couldn't do that when I was like 10 or so. My parents probably wouldn't let me do a money order. It's like, yeah, let me put a bunch of money in an envelope and send it to these people.
Yeah, we actually bought the Doom 2 the retail. We got that Christmas '94, so that was.
I'm gonna try that one more time.
That brings back.
Yeah,
something I'd
that's
like
how
to
my
note
dad
about
bought it.
free-to-play versus shareware is that, unlike shareware, free-to-play is actually not fun to play. Not unless you pump money into it. Whereas with shareware, you're at least guaranteed to get something that works as intended, rather than it only works really if you pay money for it.
I mean, I think that the big difference between shareware and F2P is largely one perspective. Shareware is, it just has a sort of friendlier designation to it. It's just like, here's a game, here's a bit of it. If you like it, then, feel free to buy ours if you like. It's really relatively humble. F2P, right from the outset, it's all about money, but, they're just sort of subtly influencing you to actually shell out your wallet. And, it's a lot more corporate, so to speak.
It's very cynical, yeah, and I think the worst kind of free-to-play I've seen, and you don't see this as much anymore, is that for a long time free-to-play was mostly Korean Counter-Strike clones, where in order to actually unlock the weapons, like in Counter-Strike, if you play the game, you get in-game money, like, you grind it up from killing people, or, you get pity money to buy the pity gun, whatever, was the cheapest gun. In a free-to-play Counter-Strike clone, in order, you start off with, like, a default weapon, and it's just really bad, and then you just grind it out for a few hours until you can lease, not actually buy a new weapon, lease a better weapon, and usually you only keep it for a week or less, sometimes 24 hours.
Yep.
Another point to consider.
I've heard of games that are even worse. Like, how should I put this? Apparently, there was one free-to-play FPS where the one thing you had to pay real money for, bullets.
Yeah, that one didn't last very long, from what I could tell.
Which game is this?
I forget the name. Nameless, do you remember what that one was called? It's familiar,
The example said Quarry, but I've never heard of it.
Oh yeah,
W-A-R-I.
Honestly, I'd say this whole
sounds
thing
right.
came to a head with Dungeon Keeper Mobile.
So many angry people over that. In fact, I believe that's why EA recently released the original game for free as sort of a goodwill gesture.
Have they? Have they made any changes to the game?
The original?
No, the mobile, because of all the stuff people.
Well, no, but there was
Doubtful.
scummy stuff going on there. Like, in order to, like, the game would actually ask you to rate the app, and if you rated anything below a 4 or anything below 5 stars, you had to go through this long questionnaire explaining exactly why you were voting that low. So obviously, no one's going to bother.
Well,
Right.
of course, you could also tell them that you're going to vote 5 stars and then just give them a low rating on the App Store.
Yes, exactly.
Another point to consider with Shareware Games is that not everything ever from the internet was integrated into their design. So, I don't know if I said that right, but
No, I got
thing
you.
with-
It's like it was more of a light delivery platform. I think is what you're saying, rather than a. Actually, I'm not sure exactly what you're saying. The thing I should.
I don't think there's really been a modern equivalent these days. Like, you never even see demos for games anymore as a thing.
You do sometimes.
You do on like PSN and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's more frequent that you see demos for games on Xbox Live Arcade because Microsoft requires Xblog games to have demos.
They're usually trials, though.
Well, that's what they call them, yeah.
It's interesting though. Oh, go ahead.
Now, before
Arjun,
we
sorry.
get off of the free-to-play thing, did you hear about like what was it? In a kind of rare, like outside of America thing, the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game. There's a free-to-play element in it. Basically, to be able to unlock any of there's like poses that you can do and special items and things that you can get. In order to do that, you have to play this one mode. But then it's sort of like with Injustice or whatever, where in order to play one match, you have to use a charge or whatever. And basically, it was one of those things where you had to pay for the ability to play, or you'd have to wait an inordinate amount of time. And the people in Japan were just so pissed off that they just went out in droves and like rated it down to 1 star, on Amazon Japan. And they ended up actually changing the mechanic for when they release. Well, I guess they're going to change it rather when they release it here in America, because they're afraid that they'll get the same backlash. Because basically the game is like also like all these people return their game too. So, but do you think that there's going to be like an implosion with Candy Crush? I mean, there seems to be a lot of people that think that.
Yeah, it can only go for so long. We're already seeing an oversaturation of free-to-play games. Even commercial games or $60 games are toying with it, especially on Xbox One, from what I understand.
I don't understand why they think it's that good of an idea. It's a terrible idea.
Actually,
It is a terrible idea.
did you notice one thing Nintendo shareholders said once?
What?
Like, they said some shareholder in Nintendo said they want to see if they could make people pay 99 cents to make Mario jump higher. They said that.
What?
It was one of their shareholders.
Damn.
Also, next we got ZZT. I think this is a request from Joe Star, so I think show that off real quick.
Yeah.
This game is apparently huge because they're like, it actually came from like a game creation software, and people
playing
made like
Game Boy.
hundreds of games for this thing.
Yeah, didn't it bill itself as the object-oriented game?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pizza shop represent.
Didn't the young Cliffy B work on CCT?
Yes, he did.
Yes,
This
he did.
This was like Epic's
actually,
very
no.
first game right here.
Cliffy B was not even with Epic until Jazz Jackrabbit, I think. This was Tim Sweeney by himself.
Yeah, this was the guy who wrote the netcode for Unreal and then apologized for it horribly.
Yeah.
Back when programmers were programmers and not personalities.
When the men were the men and so were the women.
Then who wrote the netcode for Unreal Tournament? Digital Extremes?
It was the same code.
Generally, though, basically ZZT's its own kind of engine, and every game maybe there's like a different collection of rooms. From what I can understand, you can't really mess with the code underneath it too much.
It's
There
a
are-
scripting thing,
There are
essentially.
a lot of hacks that you can do, though.
Oh yeah, like you should explain how a lot of people have gotten platforming games to work in like the freeware successor to this Megazooks.
Well, actually, you can make a platform game in ZZT as well, but since you can't use code to directly manipulate the player object, what a lot of people will do instead is make a board where the player is completely surrounded by buttons, so that pushing the directional keys on the keyboard will manipulate a robot inside a maze that jumps and falls around.
That's a clever workaround.
There was another method too where they used conveyor belts or something, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah, too.
Haha, references.
Now, ZZ2, this game strikes me as being inspired by, I believe it was the arcade game Venture, was it? Was that an arcade game or an Atari game?
Excellent, 1982.
There was also an Amazin game called Cross, a series of those. I think that's where they got the inspiration.
The original Shareware game, The Kingdom of Cross by Scott Miller.
And Cross is just Zork backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Zork is a derivative of Adventure Colossal Cave.
Yeah, I'm not messing with that.
Simone, you can point that out.
It's like a proto-Toho game.
Yeah. What sucks about this room, though, is I'm pretty sure that if you get hit by one of those bullets, it just resets you back to the start of the room.
Yep.
That's irritating.
And I went the wrong way.
That's
not moe enough.
That's an infuriating part of most of the default ZZT worlds, the ones that came with the games, is that a lot of the boards are set to restart if hurt. There are cheats, though. Kind of fun and utterly game-breaking cheats. For example, get up next to a wall and press Shift ? And then type in Zap and hit Enter.
I like how the cave is just labeled cave.
Now, I have a question. Should we discuss the whole demo disc thing, since that's not really a thing anymore? Like that was a vehicle for shareware as well at one point, wasn't it?
There were cover disc demos from magazines like PC Gamer, Computer Gaming World. I think PC World had one at some point, but it was more for general utilities and stuff.
Mm. And occasionally you'd see stuff like exclusives like it with the Adventures of Quick and Silver for the Amiga, wouldn't you?
I think.
I wouldn't. I don't know if Amiga really had a shareware like DOS did.
I don't.
It did for the most part. There were some games that were distributed by the authors. The one that I can think of right now is Mega Ball by Ed and Al Mackey, the predecessor to DX Ball, incidentally.
Nice.
But a lot of that stuff was only really made famous because it was either distributed on like Amiga format magazines cover discs, or it was shared between people at like demo scene parties. Because before they were demo parties, they were copy parties. Because a lot of people would just gather in big public locations and just start handing out floppy disks with stuff on them.
Yep.
There were floppies.
Remember that, folks. Before there was the Pirate Bay, there were parties. People would actually have to go and socialize to get their free software.
That sounds like the nerdiest party I could possisly imagine, though, I gotta say.
And I'm guessing a lot of early viruses were distributed that way.
Yep. The earliest viruses were purely social engineering.
I thought Virus by... Oh, wait a minute. No. Worms are self-spreading. Viruses are just kind of memory resident and embed themselves in their executables.
Well, a virus can be self-replicating, too. That's why they've spread primarily through BBSs for a while. But
it's pretty ingenious, even when you consider modern vectors and all that.
Yeah. But you gotta consider, though, that for a virus to work in the first place, you basically have to social engineer a person and trick them into installing it on their computer.
That's basically Trojan horse approach.
And I'm dead. Let me show off one more game of this, though.
Oh man, the Energizer. I love how that has its own theme music.
I did not get any of the fan-made worlds in this. I probably should have. There's probably like about 10,000 of them.
Oh yeah, the community's been hard at work on that sort of thing since the AOL days.
Yep.
But how was it?
There's even one of my favorite fan-made worlds back in the day was somebody actually created their own Duke Nukem. It's basically Duke Nukem fan fiction, essentially.
Oh, not that one.
Which is not as horrifying as it sounds, I promise.
Yeah.
Now,
And
one
wasn't
thing I
there
was trying.
wasn't there a King's Quest fan game?
Actually,
Yes.
yeah, that's supposedly one of the better ones.
For ZZT.
My favorites though are November Eve, which is a Parasite Eve parody, and Lebensraum, which is supposed to be a take on Wolfenstein in ZZT.
Now, did anyone ever play Sugar Tits?
I have not heard of this.
This was apparently, I've seen pictures of it and I've heard of it, but I haven't been able to find a copy of it. But apparently, somebody did a game about Mel Gibson.
In Megazooks, or
No, in ZZT.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past the ZZT community because they are also known for all kinds of ridiculous community hijinks.
A lot of in-jokes, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Now, here's something interesting. The Chosen has noted in the stream chat that Amiga did, in fact, have a large homebrew scene, and that apart from cover discs, ooh, wow, that was a mix-up. You could advertise your own games in some magazines like that. I seem to remember that was the case. Like you'd send it off to some distributor, and they would sell your game via magazine. Someone would have to ask for your game specifically. And Acidonia has also noted, yes, there were a few shareware titles. He said he downloaded a good Dig Dug clone called Digger in a 3-world trial of a Bubble Bobble clone called Kung Fu Charlie. Charlie?
I think I've heard of Kung Fu Charlie somehow. I don't think I ever played it, though.
I have not played or heard of it, I don't believe.
Also, apparently there is an Amiga game that is simply known as the title How to Skin a Cat, and this was one that was distributed from a magazine ad, according to Acidonia.
Does anyone preserve these
You
games?
know,
I wonder?
I never really liked that phrase all that much. I mean, I like its metaphorical meaning, just not the literal one.
It's a bit like How to Kill a Mockingbird, right?
Yes, I guess.
I mean,
Now what-
I'm no taxidermist, but cat pelts seem to have very little practical use. Though once again, I can't really claim to be an expert on the subject.
Cat pelts don't purr.
Yeah. Like, you lose all the best parts of having a cat that's alive in exchange for having a cat that's reverse alive.
You guys are
This is a
making me
horribly
sad
morbid
now.
tangent.
We need to find some videos of cats that are alive.
Yeah,
I was
that's
gonna
the
bring
better
up-
kind.
I was going to bring up F2P.
Or somebody can
again.
make a pussy hair joke.
I never forget a pussy.
Oh.
Cat.
Oh.
I remember how that joke was completely ruined in the TV version, but I think we were getting way off the topic.
Yes,
Version
yeah.
of what?
Yeah.
I was going to bring up
of Austin Powers, but yeah.
I was gonna
Anyway.
bring up F2.
Sorry.
They barely have TV versions of things anymore.
So I'm noticing the little UI thing on the right's listing a key labeled "Be Quiet." What
That
does
turns
that
off
do?
all the sound effects.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
it alternates between be quiet and be noisy.
And considering this only seems to support the PC speaker, wait, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
without
fine.
hacks anyway.
Right.
Oh man, it looks like The Chosen has actually found the game in question, How to Skin a Cat. 1993 Amiga by Melon Design. I'm watching the video right now.
Oh boy.
Same.
You'll have to let us know how it is, Narvu.
Actually, it looks like a demo disc. It's just a demo thing. Or not a demo disc, but a demo thing.
Seeing some pretty good artwork.
So they were selling demo discs in magazines? That's interesting. As in, the flashy
I think
computery
a few
stuff.
Amiga magazine had demo floppies. Also, yeah, this is a lot of ZZT right here, and just a lot of sliding block puzzles. So I hope you like those.
Yeah, and this Dr. Bob guy can go suck a lemon.
A lemon Amiga. Wait, what? Why did I say that? Weird.
What?
Because there's a website
Okay.
called Lemon Amiga.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering the joke wasn't really funny or timely, so...
Okay, now for those of you guys out there, I know that obviously some of you guys used to get them off of those, like Bob was saying, the CDs or discs that have at the
Like
pharmacies
Office-
or whatever.
Office
yeah,
Depot,
or Office
Rite
Depot and
Aid.
stuff like that.
Yeah,
Did anyone ever get them off of BBCs? Or you guys all too young for that? BBS.
I never did use it. I will admit I got a lot of my games from AOL. Yeah.
I got most of mine just from the websites directly. You know, like 3D Realms website. back in the
AOL used to
day,
have a lot of
places.
shareware, believe it or not.
Yeah,
Bob,
there were like entire portions of AOL dedicated to that stuff.
All I'm gonna say, Bob, is that when I was a kid, I used to think kids who had AOL were cool because we were the kid down the street, the kids down the street that our dad had to download everything off the BBSs, and we didn't have like real internet, so
Yeah.
there's no shame in it, I promise.
I want to say it was until like 1997 that, or before either of us were allowed to browse the internet by ourselves.
By the way, Acidonia just mentioned the Net Euros. I think that might be worth talking about.
That's an unusual
That's a weird case.
Kinda
Yeah.
not quite the same thing, I don't think.
Right.
It's a homebrew thing, which is it's similar in spirit to shareware, but it's not the same distribution model.
Also, this is Jetpack, which is actually a pretty cool game.
Oh man, I wish I could have sent you my custom level I made for the Christmas version.
I should have asked.
Yeah, wait.
I've heard stories about that, Snarvu.
Yeah, we're still working on that stream. It will be up eventually. It sans some questionable content.
That part
So,
I had to blur it and then darken it because otherwise we would have just had a black screen. You can
So
barely
basically,
see that something's going on, but
this is Load Burner with a jetpack, basically. That's all it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Still a pretty good game, though, I'd say.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
It's got cool mechanics and it's even got a level editor, which is probably the best part.
And as Chosen has mentioned in the stream chat, this game is now freeware. It was released by the original author, and he's still working on the sequel.
The sequel's been in development since like 2000. Like,
Did anyone here say that this game's basically like Flying Load Runner?
pretty
yeah,
much.
it is a little bit.
Yeah,
You
that's
can
pretty
even
much
dig holes and stuff, but in the Christmas edition, if you hold oh god, it still looks like he's puking when you hold down and use the digging tool, because like it just makes this loud electrical noise, and then like this blue stuff is just streaming out of his face.
Also, don't
Yeah,
die
too
because he
much
lets off
to
this.
drink this year.
Don't die because he lets off this horrible, horrible death screen every time you die.
been hitting the Galactic Dargle blasters a little hard, haven't you?
This game is just baffling to me. I still love the sound effects, especially in the Christmas edition because it's Santa like horribly dying and screaming.
Oh yes.
I still love the custom level I made. I will actually have to see if I still have that and upload it at some point.
That
to you
was
guys.
Do
You
it.
spelled the F word, right?
Yes, that was the one that had big cartoon letters.
Yeah, that was great. And wasn't that the one with that crazy glitch where you could like die and still finish the level?
yeah.
Yeah, if you're dying and you hit the exit door while it's open, that actually counts as finishing the level.
I would
And
love to do a
there-
Kaizo hack.
You can
for this
actually
game.
get an achievement for that sort of thing in Super
You know what?
Mods.
After I play a few levels of this, I'll show that off for you guys to show off what it looks like.
Oh, when
Sounds
you beat the
good.
stage, right?
But yes, this game's now free. This is the Shareware version I'm playing, just to keep the theme, but it's really easy to find nowadays if you feel like playing it.
And if you go download it off the original author's site, it also comes with a copy of a game he did called Squares, which is it's kind of a weird little puzzle game, but it's definitely worth a play.
He also did a game called God of Thunder, which is something more like Zelda, sort of.
Yeah, Zelda with Norse mythology and yeah, kind of artworky artwork.
Okay, here's something the Chosen has noted. He said is like is it just me, or is there a notable amount of level editors in these 90s shareware games? And the answer to that question is yes, actually. There are a lot of games that had level editors such as this, some of which were unofficial in the case of Doom. They obviously, that I think a month or two, that's how popular that game was. People actually hacked up level editors without any documentation. And in fact, I think the first level ever, custom level ever made for Doom, someone just used a text editor, I think, and input the values via, what was it, hexadecimal or something? It was really weird how they did it.
Literally, like, they reverse engineered it to hexadecimal code, and then that's what they put into the text file.
Let me show this off real quick.
It was like the simplest level ever.
But yeah, there were a number of other games. The thing is, though, outside of Doom, I'm not sure how popular the level editors were. Because, well, maybe in the case of Jetpack, because that's easy enough to use. I'm sure there's custom levels out there for it. But I can think of at least 2 shareware games, or not quite shareware in one case, but I can think of at least 2 FPS games similar to Doom that came with built-in level editors that no one ever messed with. And the first is Radix, Beyond the Void. That was actually more of a Descent clone. But that was also a shareware game. Like I think there were 2 separate shareware releases for each of the 2 versions of the game. Anyway, that one had a level editor, but no one's... Yeah, Radix had a level editor. No one's ever bothered to make levels for it, though. I know Zazer actually messed with it and said it was similar to earlier Doom editors, only you had to manually create sectors or something.
Was this official or unofficial?
No, it was official. Radix came with the level editor, at least in the retail version. There was another game known as Eradicator, which had a 3-level demo, and the full release of that also had a level editor. But as far as I can tell, no one has ever messed with that one either or made custom levels. There was another game, Chasm the Rift. That one also had a level editor in the full version, but again, no custom levels as far as I can tell.
All right, watch this.
Oh, God.
Yep, still counts.
Great.
Let me show that one more time.
Yeah, it was really fast.
I haven't even seen it yet, so...
Oh, yeah, I'm way behind on the stream, so...
There it goes.
As the Chosen noted, yeah, those games weren't as popular, so that's really most of it. He dies, and then he does a merry little jig as he exits.
That's horrifying and hilarious at the same time, and I love it.
But yeah, there is supposed to be a sequel to this game. Last I heard is like second quarter this year, but who knows at this rate.
You hear that, author of Jetpack? We are anxiously awaiting it. It's got to happen, man. It's killing us, Smalls. And also, anytime somebody wants me to shut up, just tell
You're
me,
fine.
please.
Yeah. It'll be like that Prodigy song. I think it was Prodigy anyway. Smack my bitch up.
Yep. Yeah, that was them. Also, same.
I know where.
Okay, we wouldn't have invited you in this call if we didn't want you to talk. So you're welcome to talk until one of us loudly berates you for talking. So feel free until you're not free to talk anymore. That's the rules.
Okay.
Now, one game, I don't think it would have been all that great for the stream, but one I really liked during the early 90s was it's called Castle of the Winds, and it was a roguelike.
I played that. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it was by Epic. Yeah, I think it was by Epic. It was pretty good. It's pretty decent.
Castle of the Winds is a lot of people's first roguelike, I think, because it was just on Windows 95.
Yeah. And I think
actually it was Windows 3.1.
I think a lot of people at the time didn't even realize that it was supposed to be a roguelike because it well, I mean, that wasn't really a widespread term back then, I don't think, except maybe in like very, very small circles. Because at that point it was like the only NetHack I had ever heard of, at least as a kid, was the only roguelike I'd ever heard of as a kid was NetHack. So
this is Crystal Caves. It's one of Apogee's earlier games where they kind of really got good at what they did. It's a pretty good game, though, I'd say.
Yeah, I like the animation in this one. Milo.
So you're an intergalactic miner stealing diamonds from a giant rogue planetoid or something?
Pretty much. Also, see this little air thing? You can shoot that and you will instantly die if you do. No warning.
The air generator or whatever it is?
Yep. There's even a unique death animation for that.
Does this use the Commander Keen tiling engine?
It might.
I don't know, because it seems like it has a smoother scroll to it.
It's not. I don't think it's a bidirectional scroller, though. Like, it can only go one way at a time.
It can scroll up or down.
I think you can go both ways at once in some of the later levels.
Hmm.
I just know that was a very common tile
though.
engine. Oh, sorry, Cal, what were you saying?
I was saying this one's not by id.
This
No, but
well,
they licensed out the Commander Keen engine to a lot of different companies, and I assume other ones reverse engineered it because it's just a tile. It's just a tile-based scrolling platformer.
yeah, like Biomenace is one of the more notable ones that use the Goodbye Galaxy tech.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's a great game, by the way.
And then when they entered into a contractual dispute with Softdisk, they gave the engine to Scott Miller, who made Scuba Venture, to get them out of a tight spot.
Oh, The Chosen actually noted something interesting about this game. It's actually one of the few Apogee games to receive a patch many years after its release, namely because it would screw up the clock in Windows XP.
Wow.
Huh.
That happened if you were in DOSBox, I wonder?
No, DOSBox is like
it would be
basically an emulator virtual machine. It wouldn't do.
Yeah, I think DOSBox is actually forbidden from changing the clock setting.
But this game also had a... Was this before or after Secret Agent? Because that's the one I always played.
I think this was before, I think. There is one thing I'd like to talk about, by the way. The reason Apogee was kind of important. See, back in this kind of year, 90 to 91, PC game kind of sucked for action games. And I'd say it was really Apogee really helped with that.
Like one of the ones before that I liked was, did you ever play Captain Comic?
Oh god, yes.
And then there was an NES game, which probably more people know about, but that was actually pretty decent.
So the NES Captain Comic is honestly not that great, though.
Yeah, it's worse.
So it's basically the entire point of Captain Comic was when it came out in '89. It was the guy's attempt at making a Super Mario-like game for a DOS computer, which wasn't really around at that point. And having it back on an NES just puts it directly against Super Mario Brothers, and it's just not the same. Especially not since
they also got rid of the bootleg Mario sprite that Captain Comic used. Like, it was literally just Mario sprite in a spacesuit.
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying, though...
I don't think I ever noticed that.
Like, if you look at a lot of old DOS port stuff like, say, Contra or Castlevania, they're really bad compared to their NES versions.
Oh, they're horrible. Let's see, Bionic Commando, like shit. I don't even know how you were supposed to play through that. Like I don't know. Most of those they just were so buggy and messed up that. And then the other problem is they would have stuff in the manual that like you couldn't do in the game. Trojan was one of those. Like I don't know if you remember about the. Like if you lost your sword and shield, you'd have to punch and kick. Well, you couldn't lose them. But then, they made a big deal about it in the booklet about how, that would happen. So basically, it's like they took the NES manual and they just kind of, made a couple of tweaks for the PC version.
Yeah, that's probably likely. Although the same thing happened actually with some PC ports to NES or Amiga ports to NES in one instance. Namely, we already mentioned Captain Comic, which had an abysmal NES port. But there was also the case of Conan on the NES, which was actually a down port of Myth on the Amiga.
Yeah, Myth.
And that explains why the control scheme is really messed up, because it's using the Amiga control scheme. That's why you have to hit like up to crouch or whatever it is. I think. I just know that game has really weird controls, and part of the reason for that is because the Amiga joysticks only had one action button by default.
Right.
I don't know if they actually recognized more than one button, or if there were actually 2-button joysticks, they just weren't as common. I know in some instances you actually have to hit keys on the keyboard for 2-button games. Like, you'd have the action button, and then you'd have to tap, like, spacebar for, like, some other thing, like the inventory or something. Oh, Chosen said in the Conan game, it's down to jump forward.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I never understood why Amiga games were restricted to one button. That just seems like it's really hurting yourself.
I just said because the default Amiga joystick only had one action button. It's kind of like the Genesis 6-button pad versus the 3-button pad. A lot of games, all games on the Genesis actually are required, I think, or were required to make use of the 3-button pad, but could also have 6-button mode, too, so...
Well, you know, if you guys, going back to the whole one action button thing, if you guys remember the old joysticks for DOS, or for the PC computers, you know, those only had one button on them as well.
And that's actually the situation with the Atari. You know, the 7800 had 2 buttons, but most of the time it just used one. I think that's because they just figured most people were going to be, you know, I don't know why, actually.
Yeah.
Because for the 2600, you just had one button, too.
Well, part of it is there's a lot of ports between different systems, and one button is the standard button amount for them.
Did I get all the gems? I'm not sure.
It hasn't shown
It would tell
a
you.
message yet.
It would say, you have all the gems, would you like to leave, or whatever it is.
Hey, we were talking about bad PC ports. These aren't ports, but I'm reminded of Mega Man and Mega Man 3.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no.
I heard a rumor
no.
once that the original Duke Nukem was supposed to be a Mega Man game, but didn't work out.
I think it's more the opposite. The Mega Man for PC rips off a lot of graphics from Duke Nukem. Like the crates.
Oh, man.
Let me try a different level.
There's only so many ways you can draw a crate in EGA graphics, though.
We're getting into Air Vent Gate all over again.
Yes, one of these days we'll have to explain that, or we'll have to discuss the Doom community on the podcast. 'Cause it's an interesting thing.
Yeah, but I don't want to get too hateful about it, because some of these people are still people that are, you know, respectable.
Well, you know, sometimes people just get upset, or, you know, they have weird little quirks. I mean, it's like any community.
What I'm trying to say, though, generally, is that, like, these games were important for PC gaming because they were actually how you actually have a respectable action game on the system. I mean, with scrolling and colors and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and these are nicer looking colors than the majority of NES titles, in my opinion. Even though it changed the.
What was that one? It was Dangerous Dave in copyright infringement.
Yes, that was a port of it was basically a port of Super Mario Brothers 3, at least the first level.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's one unique level that they made for it. But like no enemies, no power-ups, just coins and the level.
Just
It's
guys
mostly
and
a
girls,
proof of
do nice
concept
things
sort
for
of
each other.
thing.
And that's what Commander Keen spawned from, wasn't it?
Yeah. Because Carmack wanted to put some use out of the scrolling engine that he wrote. And Softdisk wouldn't let him use the engine that he wrote because the trick that he was using wouldn't work on CGA video cards.
Yeah, Softdisk was very notorious about making their games backwards compatible with just about every system known to
They
man.
didn't want to embrace the technology curve
This
at
is fire
all.
button.
Well, I think that's partially why Apogee was slightly more successful than Epic, is specifically because they had their games supported a very wide range of systems.
That could be, yeah.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, they were using EGA up until what, 1994, 1993,
Somewhere around there, yeah.
and whereas Epic already had like VGA games by 1992, I think, but I don't ever remember them being as popular as Apogee. Apogee was the go-to place usually for games. I mean, they did have Jill of the Jungle and Zargon, and I love both of those games, but I can kind of understand why maybe Duke Nukem is more fondly remembered. oh god, Galactix, by Cygnus Software. Fun fact: these guys would go on to make. These are the guys that made Raptor, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
they also
Demon
worked
Star,
on Strife. They did work on Strife,
like
believe it or not.
A splinter group of them went on to form Rogue Entertainment to make Strife. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it started off in production with Cygnus Software.
Also, weird tangential thing, they were also slightly involved in the development of Doom. Their setup program is included with it, and I think it's also their sound engine.
So yeah, there was a lot of sort of intercommunication between the various like software developers of the era, shareware developers.
Rainforest. That does not look like a rainforest tree.
No, this is because it's dead. And all the other ones are chopped down for toothpicks.
They actually have actual voice acting in this intro, which is pretty cool.
That's probably all they managed to fit on the one floppy disk, though.
This reminds me visually of the Turrican cutscenes.
Yeah, with the fake anime people in them.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
the designs on that kind of look like Total Carnage.
It is really weird seeing Germans try anime. Really weird.
It's Euro amateur anime is basically what it looks like.
Nowadays they do it slightly better than the Japanese do. I mean, have you seen like Wakfu and Dofus?
Oh man,
I counter your point with Totally Spies. That's French, but still.
That's French-Canadian, actually, I think. I don't think that's... Actually, it was a joint venture between Canada and France. I have to look this up now.
Well, you know, they're actually... In France, they've got a new Mysterious Cities of Gold series, but it's CG.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. They released a game based on it. Oh, wow. If you put the word totally into Wikipedia, the second result is Totally Spies. I wonder why.
Wow, those are some really awkward controls.
Actually, wait, it was French
kind
for the
of
first.
if you're playing with the mouse, you're probably going to have an easier time with it.
Oh, you can use a mouse.
Yeah, it was a
you
French-Canadian
You
production.
can use the mouse. Usually what I do, Bob, is I'll have one hand on the mouse and then one hand just on the C key for the claw, because otherwise you have to hit left and right mouse button to do it, and it doesn't always work right.
Look at those pre-rendered graphics.
Mouse doesn't seem to be working for some reason. Didn't seem to
Don't
capture
you have to enable the mouse in DOSBox? I forget. Or does it...
You can disable the mouse. You might have to.
I don't think I did. This should be.
You might have to. Yeah, you might have to enable the mouse in the setup program. I honestly forget now.
I think that is the case.
I would actually have to go look at my copy.
Do you have mutant bats from outer space, Bob? I didn't check if you got it.
I might.
Invasion of the Mutant Space Bats of Doom. Yes.
There was the sequel, wasn't there?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have both of them actually.
It's just the skybox of this game reminded me heavily of it, and that was a really cool game.
That's a very Raiden-looking smart bomb icon. Then again, I guess it's kind of a generic design in the first place, so,
You need to go grab that power-up, Bob.
He's got it.
I did.
So
You might
are
want to
using
pause
the
and
mouse?
resume, see if that helps at all.
Are you using the keyboard or the mouse for this?
Keyboard right now.
Oh, weird.
It wouldn't accept the mouse. I must have forgot to set it or something.
Yeah, sometimes it's weird how these games work with various different inputs.
and
Well, yeah.
could this be a case where it's expecting, like, say, a serial mouse or something, but it's just not...
DOSBox would emulate that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because I've like I say, I've got this working with a mouse before.
I might just forgot to set an option or something.
Yeah, it may just be that you specifically have to tell it you're using a mouse in the setup program.
Yeah, could be.
But I seem to recall that this game was kind of weird that way.
Didn't you stream this a while ago?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I knew this seemed familiar, but I never actually played it myself, so I didn't know from where.
Yeah, this was another big one when I was a kid because I remember my dad was like the master of this game. but I remember there was one day, like, he was playing this and he had to leave for work and he'd just gotten up to wave 50, which is right when the background changes and all of the bad guys change colors to red instead of black,
and your ship gets a permanent upgrade, among other things.
Also,
Yeah,
you
I
get
think
one
this
life.
is a dad game. Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? That this is a game
Yeah.
for dads? Because there are always those games, for whatever reason, that your dad was better at than you were. I know that was the case when I was a kid. He was better at some games than I was.
Me and my dad
I
used to play
think he
Doom
was
a
better at
lot.
Strider.
Like, he'd move and I'd shoot.
Does this have an actual ending?
If you pick continue ending, that gives you a really depressing game over cutscene. I'll show that off if I die again.
Also, I'm just gonna say really quickly, my dad's game is called 964. I don't know what that says about me. If not anything.
Damn it. Alright, one more time.
I'm just gonna say, please forgive any gunfire that you hear from my end. I'm playing Raven Shield.
I think I have that.
do know, I do know, Argent, in answer to your question, this game does have a finite level of, or a finite number of stages in it. So
Also, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that there is an ending to it. It's just a matter of getting to it.
Yeah, and Zero Zero, I'm just gonna say I'm glad I'm not the only one who caught the typo there. I just wondered whether or not anyone else was gonna say anything about it.
Continue it.
Start stopping.
Okay, yeah.
You might want to pause and resume. Like, if any of you guys think you're behind, just click pause and then resume it.
Yeah.
I'm quite a ways behind, but that's okay.
Oh, hey, Xerxes is online.
Should we add him?
Whatever you want to.
Might want to
Yeah,
ask him
one
if he wants in.
Can't hurt, you know?
Already killing dudes, I see.
And getting killed, apparently. Let's retry planning phase because I want to change what weapon I have.
I'll be honest with you, I never bothered with the planning phase. I just held on my teammates to wait while I went ahead and just shot everybody and then died. Because that's the real way to play,
Yeah, there's actually a way around that because the game prompts you to load a plan. There's a default plan which has all the waypoints and all of the teams and everything. And then there's an action plan which removes all the waypoints and sends you in with one team of 4 guys.
Alright, might as well show off what happens if you get game over now.
So I'm going to take a Barrett MB2A1.
Jojo, if you haven't seen this,
This is for you, Jojo.
Right.
This is almost as good as the Death Duel end.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's not quite as depressing, but
Yeah.
It's up there.
Game over, fuck you.
With your destruction, Earth's defenses crumble to the mighty onslaught of the Shidos. Not having been able to fortify themselves, the people in cities are systematically destroyed, leaving a dead, lifeless world.
But there is the one bright spot though. There is a bright spot because if you notice, up in the top right corner is the Acme Toothpick Company, and they're burning too.
And they're the assholes that cut down the last tree in the rainforest in the intro.
This alien invasion is all their fault.
So we have a question from Senior Feynman here. I don't know if he's around, but I'm not looking at the chat right now, so I couldn't tell, honestly.
That's okay, it's all being recorded for later.
True. This is a computer RPG, and I am not good at those, but I'll give this my best shot. Specifically, some like Eye of the Beholder or Dungeon Pack or whatever you want to call
Oh
it.
lord, it's MVP Software. Didn't they do Pickle Wars?
They did.
We should have suggested that.
No, I can't live through that again.
I don't think I have that, honestly. I apologize.
The Infernal Tome. What is this that you just...
This is an RPG like Eye of the Beholder, basically.
Except not as good.
Yeah.
They're all the same damn game.
Yeah. We've got the quest for the generically named Ultimate Spell.
build a party and then you walk through a dungeon and then you freaking close because it's terrible.
Why is there a face on that planet now?
Mission failed. Your team was wiped out. Yeah, fuck you too, game.
Weasel, you sound like you need a good AI partner.
I need a cat video. That's what I need.
Unfortunately, I don't think I have a copy of Raven Shield handy.
That's a Priest of Ptah.
Besides that, this computer isn't hooked up to the internet anymore on account of I had to excise my Ethernet switch.
Ptah? I believe that is what was it, Ptah or Kerpla? I don't remember.
Kerpla, I think, sounds more correct, and I don't even know what you're talking about, though.
They're both words. They're both words.
Oh, so this is a deal kind of like.
I'm not up on my conversational Klingon, to be honest with you.
So
Dungeon hack, Eye Beholder, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I was thinking like a horror soft stuff like the Elvira Games or Waxworks.
Ooh, yeah, Waxworks.
Wow, this is some quality stuff here.
Yeah.
I love the ugly style a lot of these shareware games have, where it was clearly someone who had never messed around with like pixel art before or art in general, just making a game. Nowadays, people would discourage them and they would never make a game because they'd be like, "Your art is not perfectly finely honed pixel art.
Your art is bad, and you should feel bad."
Yes.
Well, nowadays,
I
they try to
just
make it
love
look
the
like
weirdness
an
of this
NES
sort of
game.
stuff.
Only no NES game that ever actually existed. I hated people do that.
They have that lumpy potato look.
I like that lumpy potato.
That's why you love Russian games so much.
Lumpy potato people, yes, exactly.
You say potato, I say Zedermatermorts.
I don't know, I just like
to make your potty in this? Do you have to take all these
didn't
poses
bother,
of those?
honestly, because that would probably take too long.
So you can make your own party.
Google image search.
Just so you guys know, I have no idea how to play this, so you get to look forward to that.
Fun.
I'm going to go full on hipster for a moment and say part of the reason I like games with really weird styles like this is because I dubbed them outsider games. Because they're games sort of made outside of like the professional or even the, I guess, the other professional, indie professional fields.
They're games by people who are not used to video games in general.
Not necessarily. They're just made by people who are just doing their own sort of thing.
All of these Eye of the Beholder style games, though, they're all like this. They all play very similar. They just can look lumpy.
At least it's not like Ancients from Epic Mega Games. That one kind of looks a bit blah, like everybody's got a potato face in that game.
At least this is a map. You don't always get that.
Yeah. Like, if you want to get where everyone really looks like potatoes, try the Macintosh port of the King of Chicago.
Check this guy out.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
An angry leprechaun has shown up before you.
Are you okay?
What? What is this guy's face doing?
Is he having a stroke?
I'm very disturbed.
Just a little.
You might
pay no attention to our low animation budget.
Behind the curtain.
I have acquired the 3 frames of animation of power.
That guy is a daemon? God, they're setting the bar very low.
Well, they never said he was a high demon or a true demon. He's just a demon.
Tennis's coat of arms.
Maybe he's like one of those demons, like the refresh demon or whatever it was in Doom when you load the game up. Now initiating refresh demon or whatever it was.
Someone should make the refresh demon to a Doom mod.
Wait, is that the flag from
that makes the game
Wolfenstein?
work.
The mail demon that you get whenever you send an email to an invalid address.
I just like the idea that there's little gnomes inside of our computer that make things work, and they're not even like full-fledged demons, so they're like really lame. They were the demons that got bullied on in school.
Mm-hmm.
It's a living.
Now I want to see this, Cal. I want to see a version of the Flintstones where everything's powered by demons or something dumb.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an enemy, Bob. This might be a puzzle.
Make
kind
it-
of like not
Doesn't seem to
quite,
be
but that
hurting me.
what is it called? Ugly America. That show is like there are demons and they just live in society.
Oh, I hate that show.
Ugly Americans.
Oh yeah,
It's not
so-
that good.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's very depressing and like cynical, and the characters are all hateable. And
Yeah. I'm not all
Well,
that
I'm-
familiar
that's-
with it.
It's an American show made today, so I can understand why it's like that.
It's like it seems like so the one episode of it that I recorded on DVR back in the day. It seemed like the main female character was pretty much just there to look hot and you start expecting her clothes to disappear. I don't know. It's
I
one
don't
of
hate-
those things.
I gotta be honest, I really hate the interface in all these games.
Yeah, it's all really clunky.
You should try playing Corporation on the computer, Bob. Because that game, all versions of that game that are on PC systems, they use the mouse for everything.
Yep.
I think it's even clunkier if it's on the Amiga.
Yeah, compared to say the Genesis version or the Mega Drive. I know that's what it's supposed to be called, but
Yeah, he couldn't tell you why this exists.
Worth a shot. Dang, that won't even fit.
So I have a request for a question. Just try to do a directory listing using it. Just the dir command.
Oh man.
Stab the ugliness spider.
If that works, I'll eat my hat.
the meaning of lift.
Is it actually hurting me?
I don't know.
Kind of looks like it came from.
It looks like your guy in your upper left corner is losing pixels out of his red pixel
Oh,
bar.
I think he's poisoned.
So.
I don't know.
I'm losing red pixels. No.
No.
Oh no, my pixels!
I don't think they
Boy,
gave me equipment besides this one sword.
I'm getting flashbacks to Electro Man for some reason because I could totally see them making this game. Behold, Eye of the Beholder, as made by Polish people.
I thought it was The Witcher. No, I guess.
No, that's more like Ultima or something, I guess.
Oh,
Or
Yeah, The
Morrowind.
Witcher's Ultima, basically.
one of my guys is dead. Oh no.
It's a much better 3D Ultima than Ultima, whatever.
Oh,
9.
yeah,
It
really
was 9
is.
the one that.
Because you do
Worse.
pretty much spend most of the game going around saying name job buy. So yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Really, I need to play the original Witcher, but I really liked the second one. That was fun.
I didn't know Geralt spoke Avatarese.
I think The Witcher 1 you have to be careful because I think they cleaned up the fighting system for the second game. I think the first game it's a lot rougher and.
How is the
It's a
enhanced version?
rhythm-based system. You have to click in a certain rhythm to attack. It's kind of interesting.
So they actually did change the combat system in the second one.
Yeah, they did. It's more
Oh,
like
thank God.
the Arkham games or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of is. It's a little bit.
It's not even that fun in the first game. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not saying the first game. I'm saying the second.
But if you don't play the first game, you can't get all of the female trading cards.
Aww.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know
That's
that'll make my
shame.
wife very, very sad.
I was pretty surprised that they had the fuck scenes in the the Xbox version, without. I mean, they're pretty graphic.
The Xbox version in the American release, I assume.
Yeah, I'm guessing because
Yeah,
you guys
it
probably
was-
got it cut because of how Puritan certain people are. But
Well, see, that's the crazy thing. I don't think they cut The Witcher in Australia. Like, we had all the naked trading cards. That was fine.
Yeah, that's the thing. They censored that in America for the first version. Then they re-released it as some other version. I think like the director's cut or whatever.
Oh, hey, it actually
Yeah.
recognizes something.
Yeah, that's impressive. It's talking about Lord Tennis.
So that's our evil villain here is a guy who plays tennis. I am the Lord of Tennis. I shall punish you with the racket of purity.
I gotta wonder for all these generic RPGs, Who comes up with a plot and setting and everything?
Quiver beneath my very generic polo shirt.
Feel the power of love.
Probably the kid who played D&D all through high school.
And like 50 million names that are one letter, an apostrophe, and then something that rhymes with nah.
Mwah.
Wait, when you do the text entry thing, who the hell are you talking to?
Whoa! What is with this this cupboard?
Is that
Yeah,
the head on it?
Yeah.
Hello, I am the angry cupboard or the angry soccer drawer.
Unless that's
Please
supposed to
feed
be
me
a-
your
Is that supposed to be a mirror?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mirror. I bet it is.
That kind of reminds me of that. There's this. I forget the name of it. It was like Lady Hunter and Acidonia. I believe you used the. There was a sprite from that for your avatar.
Yeah, it was the disembodied head of the lady from that game.
Like, I wonder what the hell the story was behind that, because. And then it gradually, like, she started rotting, and then, like, you know, as time went on, and then she turned into a ghost. It sounds very Japanese.
Yeah, it does.
Does when you say it that way, yeah.
Thank you, game.
Oh, Acidonia actually left.
Oh, hey,
The stream, I
Xerxes
can see
here.
it.
We can buy them if we want.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
one
what
let
he wants.
Xerxes in.
I'm just. Oh,
I guess I'll give
cool.
the sword to the wizard and hope that works.
What? Wizards can't use swords. Come on, man.
Good to go, Xerxes.
Wizards
about,
can use
Gandalf?
swords. There's no restriction.
I can't even tell what everyone's stats are because this
Doesn't
interface
go
is so
against your
awful.
alignment.
Then again, if this was the immortal, you'd be using a sword and a staff. So I guess that's canon. Wizards can in fact use swords.
Wizards can use swords. It's just paladins can't use bladed weapons. God.
Yes, because I guess I know why they
They're
can't.
not allowed to
Is it
draw
paladin?
blood
I
or
thought it was.
something.
I thought it was just
Oh,
clerics.
it's cleric, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. I don't know. There's a branching thing.
I don't know, you guys outgeeked me again.
Definitely clerics, though. They're.
Yeah, maybe it's paladins
this
don't
is
have the
stud
restrictions of
armor.
clerics, which makes them
Makes my
better.
wizard sexy.
It has to do with you're not supposed to draw blood, so that's why you use the blunt weapons, because it's supposed to keep
but
the
if you
blood
hit somebody
inside.
with a hammer, it's still gonna draw blood.
I know.
Yeah, but it's not
principle of the
deliberate.
thing. Yeah.
It's the intention that counts.
Yeah,
You know,
I
I
get.
I wish that worked more often in real life.
What is with that skull at the top? I just noticed it was talking to you for a second or something.
I don't know
Is
what
the
it
skull
means
what
when
you
it-
ask questions to?
Yeah, you have to click on it, then it...
Okay, so that was stud armor. Are women allowed to equip that?
You know what, let's find out.
Yeah.
When a woman equips it, it becomes Vixen armor.
Yeah, the woman can be a stud too if she wants.
Yeah,
She
hey,
looks
I'm
like-
not judging.
She looks like a CDI Princess Zelda.
That's amazing.
Well, you know that was by Russian people, so.
I don't know who made this game besides MBV Software, I guess. Wherever they were
This
from.
game could be made by anyone outside of Japan. That's the only country in the world that wouldn't have made this specific game.
But they love
you know,
dungeon crawlers, though, don't they?
Yeah, but
it's-
you would have
it
this
would-
tremendously impressive anime pictures, rather
Yeah.
than Potato Men.
And or pornography.
Or both.
Yeah, they
Or
would
it's
translate
all-
any of those. It's really frustrating.
Phantasy Star 7, Mr. Assy no Nazo.
You know, I think we've seen enough of this.
Yes, we've seen plenty of this. This is actually a good indication of what a lot of Shareware was like. Actually, wait, Bob, do you have that one game that, oh god, what is the name of the game? Is it Dr. Chang 3D?
I do not, I'm sorry.
The one that uses, like, the fist graphics from Doom?
The Chosen, that was the Infernal Tome.
And that was by the same people who brought us the incredible epic Pickle Wars.
Pickle Wars, god, that game is so bad. I remember downloading that as a kid and just being baffled and disgusted.
I remember only ever seeing it on Shareware CDs at the Fred Meyer stores, and they kept going on about how it had high-resolution graphics, epic storyline, amazing realistic sound effects. When in fact it has absolutely none of those, and especially not realistic sound effects unless realism is beeping.
I think I might be able to find Pickle Wars. You guys give me a second.
God.
I've actually never seen this game, so I'm curious now. Because
this is Krypton Egg. It's another request I had. It's basically Breakout.
I've heard of this one, actually.
That's a cool name for a Breakout clone.
Hey, just to check, I know Fine Man, I think, requested it, but is Scorched Earth on the list?
It is. I will go run that after this.
Scorched Earth is amazing.
I hope you're good at Scorched Earth, Bob, because everyone will be judging you.
Everyone knows Worm's better anyway.
There are some circles of the internet where somebody will cut you for saying that, Bob.
I'm kind of saying that.
You Basic Gorillas. I love that game.
Yeah, Gorillas.
I cut you.
Don't forget Donkey.Base.
Donkey.Base.
I mean, Scorched Earth leads directly into Death Tanks, which is infinitely superior to Worms.
Hey, Krypton Egg. This is freeware nowadays, isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh. I think .mu sells this in any case, or offers a version of this.
I wonder if it's still possible to get a copy of Crystal Hammer.
Maybe. I don't know.
'Cause that's another interesting Breakout game.
Weasel, which one was that?
It was, I think it was originally an Amiga game that you might be familiar with the theme song from tangentially. But, there was a Windows 95 remake in 96, 97 that was not very well published. I remember having a copy of it from Home of the Underdogs years ago.
I gotta admit, the way the blocks fly off when you hit them is really distracting for me.
Yeah, it seems like it would be. I'm not really liking it.
But it's so cool.
Do you know this sort of game you want to minimize the visual noise, don't you?
Depends.
Yeah.
I would say that if you minimize the visual noise in this kind of game, you don't have much game left.
Yeah, you basically just have the original Breakout, and that's not going to be enough.
I mean, I guess you could say there's different kinds of visual noise, like some... I mean, there's a difference between good visual elements and just stuff that's kind of distracting from the game, I guess you could say.
This game, was this available on the Amiga? Because it just feels like an Amiga game.
I don't know if it was or not. I don't believe so.
I wonder if it was like by an ex-Amiga dev or something.
Good question.
I'm still waiting to see this game. Z-Reserve on Chosen comments first here.
Okay, that
Take
was
classic
just
arcade game, make your own version, add funny sounds, profit. Z-Reserve comments, Homer Simpson voice, Argent says Homer Simpson voice samples. And then Z-Reserve says, make a Simpsons-themed Breakout clone, then keep it to yourself or die in shame.
Would you believe that there's a Simpsons version of Tetris for DOS?
Is there?
Really?
I would believe that.
Me, considering there is also a Simpsons Doom Total conversion.
If anybody can find... I will pay a bounty for this. If anybody can find me a Simpsons Breakout game that existed back in DOS days, I will pay you, like, I don't know, a small amount, maybe like $2.50.
Let me try that one more time.
Whatever the cheapest game on Steam is, which is probably Bad Rats.
I wouldn't give anybody Bad Rats. I would never do that to them.
How much is Bad Rats? Because I know like Ghostmaster has been on there for like 75 cents or whatever.
I don't know what its base price is, but last Christmas sale I think it got down to like 50 cents because it was on a flash sale. And some weird person on IRC that I forget who it was gifting everybody copies of it.
That was The Chosen.
I was just gonna say that might have even been The Chosen.
Yeah, I think that was him, but I helped
That sounds about right.
Aren't you around?
I accepted it out of respect. I have not even played it, though.
I accepted it and took inspiration.
I honestly tried to play it and I just could not do it. It wouldn't allow me to play it.
It didn't work.
No, like the game itself is literally unplayable. Like you try to do it the way that it wants you to do it, and the physics just go all bonkers, and nothing happens.
Quality.
Hey, Bob, I think when you get that jetpack power-up, it lets you move up fire on the screen or something, doesn't it?
Oh, I thought that was like a laser power-up.
I think. I don't know how it works. I haven't played this version of Breakout, so...
I don't know nothing, man.
So as you reserve, my best guess on that one is Applebee's.
They need relief. Either that or they're going back to their home planet. I must go now. My planet needs me.
I'm trying to remember now where I was reading that somebody did a short little article on Bubsy 3D, and they actually mentioned that that fan game that we were all goofing around with.
The James Straw retrospective.
That we were all trying to find the cheats to just by typing them in.
Well, that game got pretty popular. I know it was on RPS and stuff. Pretty sure it ended up on Kotaku and that sort of garbage.
Whoa, this is kind of cool.
Oh, I love levels like this.
Oh, this is awesome.
I can dig it.
Okay, I officially have to go find this game now.
Phone has some of the most grating sound effects I've ever heard.
That's pretty typical for DOS Shareware Games. Man, look at all those golden balls.
Yep, big golden balls.
Brass balls, maybe.
Thank you.
I guess their city is safe from marauding hordes.
Rotting horse?
It's a reference to the thief and the cobbler, which only myself and Snabu have seen.
I've seen it. I've seen it like 3 times.
I streamed it for a bunch of people, so I think most people are familiar with the golden balls.
I think the VHS side as a kid had advertisements
And
going
Egg
on.
cramps him down his pants. That whole scene with the balls being stolen is just a classic.
Balls have gone!
Balls of Amazin or whatever it was.
Make sure you get, well, the work print's rather good, but you might want to hold out for the, because are they doing one more recobbled cut? Is that what they're doing?
I thought one came out not that long ago.
The 4th edition came out last year. I don't remember if they planned on a 5th one. Because I don't think they found any more footage.
I will say the physics in this feel kind of weird, because if you bounce it to the left, it almost bounces the way you want it to.
I think it's velocity based or something, isn't it?
I'm doing some advertising on Twitter right now, and I just got favorited or followed by a gynecologist randomly.
Oh,
nice!
Congratulations,
Dr. Wendell Wall, MD. Thank you for following me.
Well,
It's like when I was tweeting stuff about River King, then like flyfishing.com or something favorited.
Are we getting sponsored now? Is that it?
Us. I don't think so. I certainly am not seeing a dime, and if somebody were going to sponsor us, I would be embezzling all that money. So I would know.
Through this hole.
I'm so glad that this is all being recorded, because we're going to need this later.
Yeah.
Should I cut this out?
I don't know. It might be worth leaving in just for the hell of it.
Donate money to HG101 and enrich the...
Why am I?
Oh, the computer's controlling my paddle now for some reason. Okay.
Oh boy. Else I read the announcement too.
That must be a power-up.
Power up!
Wasn't there another game that had a power-up that would make the computer take over for you at certain intervals? I don't remember if it was an Arkanoid game necessarily, but
I think it was. There was a power-up that just makes the paddle follow the ball perfectly.
They should do that for like Dead or Alive or hentai games.
Does Hentai Breakout exist? I'm curious now.
It probably does, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, most you have to. Like as you destroy parts of the wall, it like reveals more nudity.
Yeah, there's stuff like that, or Gal's Panic. But then, actually, there's that one porno game. It was kind of like Breakout,
Are you
not
thinking
Breakout.
of
that's enough
sentimental
of this,
shooting?
I think.
No, I'm thinking of Beat 'em and Eat 'em.
That's not
Really
like
flashing.
Breakout.
It's sort of like
It's
Breakout.
for
It's
the
actually
Atari 2600, and therefore
Yeah.
it basically is just Breakout repurposed. To be
Oh
some
man, I can
slightly
get
different
10
type of game.
Final Monster. 10
It's
Final
basi-
Monster, guys.
Are you guys ready for
Wait,
this?
That's
it's
nine more
basically
than
like
one.
Kaboom.
wait, that's an
except-
R-Type boss. Come on.
Yeah, that's a freaking Dogkeratops.
As far as I could tell, that game, that last shmup that was shown off, was never actually released. And I will be right back.
So, who wants to shoot up a green Dogkeratops recolor?
This is Scorched Earth coming up. I will tell you guys I have no idea how to play this, as a warning.
It's really easy. You just got to get used to whatever the pressure gun thing actually correlates to how far you shoot.
These guys really like their gradients.
Gradients are like the bread and butter of early 90s color PC games.
Hey,
Wasn't
this was an upgrade from the graphics they used to have. Just remember that.
Mm-hmm. EJ.
This is the version that has the photorealistic terrain that they added. That was like a brand new thing.
Mm-hmm. Kind of funny. I remember reading something.
And
a
I
while
just
ago
blew
from-
myself up.
Oh.
I should try that again, I think.
Yeah.
I actually prefer the not photorealistic terrain because it just kind of looks.
Yeah, it looks a little cheap. Almost, I
Hey.
you'd say.
I do
this
too,
would
but
totally be
fuck with. Like, I'm wondering if anyone did like a 9/11 version of this with the photorealistic stuff.
There was a version of Space Invaders like that.
And there's a Game Boy Color bootleg of the first Metal Slug game that's 9/11 themed for some
I
reason.
saw that. That was funny. No, I was just wondering if anyone did anything where like you were blowing up the building and causing it to collapse on itself. So.
And
'Cause-
there's that one handheld game Mansions reviewed, but that's not the same thing.
Wasn't there a Genesis game of the War on Terror that we actually play as Iraqis?
Yeah, the bootleg game Iraq War 2003, and it's just pretty much a shoddy beachhead clone.
I don't think I can hit this guy until I take down this entire mountain.
Yeah.
Or you could play Rambo 3 and you're working with the those guys.
Yeah.
See, I'm smart enough not to say that because I don't want to. It's like I forget what's that Unix command that it makes, like, it just puts a bunch of stuff on. It generates a bunch of commands, or I'm sorry, it generates a bunch of like flag text, I guess you could say. Stuff that'll get you, searched by the FBI or whatever.
Oh yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about, but I can't remember exactly what it was called.
Yeah, it's like
the name of it.
It says something that's actually totally innocent, but it has like
Yeah.
some bunch of terms for them, doesn't it?
Something like, hey, did you catch that episode of Homeland last week? It was the bomb.
Well, no.
Something
Usually it
about
would
that.
just be like, amyl nitrate. Well, I don't know what the. Say a bunch of words, like just generate a bunch of things like bomb. Just different words that would get you flagged. I don't know why. Oh, spook command. That was it.
oh man,
Fun.
that sounds like that website they used to have where, or maybe they still do. I just can't remember the address. But it was one of those URL shorteners, but it would purposely put words in there that would make it sound like it was something else. Like I can't even remember what all it was, but it basically made it sound like it was all scams and website spoofs and stuff like that. It was really funny.
Also, I gotta ask, is my microphone picking up my bulldogs? I mean, not my bulldog, my boxer snoring over in the corner? Because she's being really loud right now.
I hadn't even noticed.
Not at all.
Like kind of noise.
I'm sure if it is being picked up, it's probably being drowned out by the sounds of Scorched Earth.
Yeah.
Those beautiful, soft PC speaker sounds.
Mm.
I just want to point out that we've had a, this is apropos to nothing, but we've had a GC9X hotline for like a month now, and nobody has called it.
Wait, what? There's a hotline?
What? Was
The
that
hotline? Yeah.
Wait, was that like in one of the podcasts or something?
Yeah.
No, we never. Yeah, no, we didn't say anything.
We said we'd do one.
We said we'd do one, but you didn't put the number up.
I did. I tweeted it like 3 times.
Yeah, you tweeted it, but like, you know,
I still
got drowned
think
by a
that
bunch
people
of.
don't believe you're serious.
I'm looking at a tweet, February 27th. Seriously, you guys. Call 1-860-464-4101. Leave a message about old school Fallout games. We will play it on this month's podcast.
So can I call and ask? Can I call and ask for pizza?
You can.
Okay.
You probably
But-
won't get any, but
You won't get any pizza, yeah. You can stamp a bagel and put some and draw an address on it, and they'll mail it. Did you know that? It's true.
Isn't it true that you can just stick a banana in a mailbox with an address attached and actually mail it?
It has to have proper postage on.
If it has proper postage and it's not like leaking banana juice, it might. But I think when my buddy mailed that bagel, I think what he did was he just waited until it got like rock hard.
Should we censor this?
Talking about bagel, I hope.
This is reminding me of that Sesame Street video where they take the Count song and then randomly bleep words.
It's not illegal to send things.
Well,
by
he's
mail
talking about
that aren't
banana, I'm
illegal
pretty
to send.
sure.
I thought he
That's
said
right,
it was
yeah,
a
it's-
bagel.
It's a bagel. Like if you're okay with your bagel going through the mail completely unprotected from who knows what kinds of filth it's going to acquire on the journey, the U.S. Postal Service does not care.
Ladies and gentlemen, the dulcet tones of Xerxes.
See, I thought you were talking about banana when you said it got rock hard, and I got kind of concerned.
Damn it.
I'm just saying.
Dong chat.
Yep.
Always.
Also, I think there's enough of this for now. Not a bad game, but Worms is
Well,
still better.
you're playing it wrong because you're only playing against one opponent. You have to turn on at least 4.
I could play it again if you want.
Nah, man. I'm just making a note.
Well, I should
It
also
gets
point
really
out-
wild when you start putting, like, 6 or 7 opponents in. It's crazy.
I should also point out this is a game best played in mixed company as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I've got a game for you
there
guys.
was a really good. There was a good version of it on, Power Slave, the Saturn version. They had Death Tank, and apparently there was a sequel. Like they even made an upgraded version for it for the Saturn Duke Nukem.
Yeah, that was called Death
Okay,
Tanks Y.
so this game right here,
Yeah, Death Tank's Y.
this game I actually wrote about for the H101 adventure book.
Oh no. What could this be? Oh god, it's Hugo's House of Horrors 1.
Oh shit.
No, it's Hugo's House of...
I like how the thing that's the most well-drawn thing in the game is clearly clip art.
Yeah, that is clip art. I've seen that before in clip out forum.
I actually forgot to tell you, Bob, when I was goofing around with that Galaxy of Games disc, the E-Games one of the games that's on there is actually the 3rd episode of Hugo's House of Horror.
Oh no. Like the Windows version, or...?
I don't know, I didn't even mess with it, I'm just like, nope.
These games were only popular because they were on every goddamn disc.
The man must have been desperate to get these out somehow.
There's some really kind of disturbing deaths in this. Like not really, but a little.
I might as well show off those.
It's not like some of the other games. There's a couple of QBasic games that have incredibly large amounts of violence or something. I can't remember what those ones are called.
Thanks, game.
Did you just die?
No, I...
The horror is you're playing this game.
This game is very well written.
I like how its only response to any of your commands is just okay. Like it's just resigned itself to being in this game, whatever it is that's parsing your commands.
Like it's just a basic interpreter instead of a game.
Okay.
Okay, I want to show this off real quick.
Be sure to save.
I love Hugo's magenta pants.
Okay, you see that whistle and said, I wonder what this whistle does?
Hmm. What does the whistle do?
I think we're about to see in a
It's
second.
a dog whistle, isn't it? And then a werewolf comes out and eats you or something.
That sounds about right, yeah.
That's not a werewolf. That's just a really big dog.
So it just touches you when you die instantly?
Yes. It doesn't even look that menacing. It's just clearly like, that's like Marmaduke or something.
Yeah,
Maybe he's
Hugo
allergic.
has severe allergies.
Yeah.
That could be, yeah.
I like how there's no warning at all that that'll do it. Like, that's great game design.
Also, I'm going to show this off, too.
Oh yeah, you go in the kitchen too early. Oh no, it's a monster mash.
I just
It
get
was
this.
a mash.
Just gotta,
They did the monster mash.
A graveyard smash.
I like how that witch on the wall looks strangely like Harry Warriors-esque. Careful on chomp, sir.
The evil butler just decapitates you.
It's like I'm really playing uninvited. Yeah, just a moment. You're not one of us. You're a blooming interloper. Come here, you little bladder. I'm gonna chop your... Okay, you're still looking pretty headed to me. Oh, wait. No, that's just the butler sort of
Butler's
laughing.
accent just completely changed.
Yeah. This game is very
don't be the
consistent.
butler.
This game is
boss
very
fight.
consistently written.
Like anyone would want to play this piece of crap at work.
okay, check this
That
out.
would be the only time you would play it. It would run on just about anything. And
So here's a broom. Effort. You really couldn't draw the broom out. You couldn't really just redraw it so the broom wasn't there.
Or just, you know, it's just an object that they delete from the screen once you take it.
Yeah.
I've actually beaten this game before, so I think I could do it over the stream if I don't mess around too much.
Didn't you? I swear you streamed yourself beating this game, and all I remember about it is that you couldn't get past the stupid mummy or something.
Yeah. I do remember
I
that.
remember you dying like 50 times at a bat that appears in a random place.
Yeah, because it was just so stupid and unfair.
You know, when you compare this game to the Sierra games, you can understand why Sierra games were considered not only good but high quality games.
This is like the Kmart equivalent of the Sierra games, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
No, man, no. Kmart's too high class. This is clearly the Big Lots of adventure games.
This game appeared on CDs at like bookstores.
Hey, you can't talk shit about Big Lots. Big Lots is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, this is more Aldi than anything.
I admit I like
Actually,
Big
Aldi's
Lots
pretty cool
because
too.
they have bootleg toys. It's like the
Well,
best place to go for the head.
Yeah.
Well, they've kind of changed a little, and they're a great place to find cheap furniture.
Yeah, they do have decent
Like
furniture.
if you're looking for like apartment furniture and stuff, you can't beat it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gunnar, this is a Dollar General level game.
Oh, gee, I have to wonder what 333 is half of.
Oh, here's, again, effort.
What? Get radiation? Is it telling you can pick up the radiation? Oh, the mask.
Doesn't this actually kill you if you go in here or something?
You have to do this, actually.
So wait, is this CGA or EGA?
This is EGA, it just has a really bad use of color.
Yeah, somebody really, really likes purple and teal.
Fun.
So, the reason you have to do this, you have to actually... For some reason, you can't just push this glass door out of the way when you're normal size. You actually have to walk behind it while you're small.
Amazing.
It's funny that he's really not that small. It's just sort of like you became.
I can't play Who Done It after
Child-sized,
this, which is the one Hugo game I remember with all its bullshit.
No, you see, he's just gone flaccid. You see, he's clearly witnessed what this game has in store for him, so he's shrunken up.
Nice.
Rubber bong.
Rubber bong.
Rubber bong.
Yes.
Rubber bung.
Rubber bong.
What's a bung exactly? I don't even know.
Bung is what you use to stop a like a cask or something. I'm trying to think. It's,
yes.
Now I just want to point out. Do you know what you call the place where you put the rubber bung?
the bung hole.
The bung hole.
It's a beer thing. Yeah, it's like a beer keg. It has a bung in it, and you put the bung, or it has a bung hole, and you put the bung in the bung hole.
You know the dirty context.
The almighty bunghole.
Damn, that's way too good, dude.
Dude. I think I'm starting to think that maybe every single one of us has a hidden vocal talent.
Yeah.
No, he.
I'm a mighty Cornholion. I need TP for my bunghole.
Hi, Mickey.
There, that did it.
Oh wait, we're gonna get sued now because.
Oh, what was the?
Mickey.
You guys,
I should
what
know
was
that
the
worked.
thing you were trying to get Argent to do the other night when he wasn't here.
I don't remember.
I hope you guys saw the command I put in at the end.
What was it? I missed it, sadly. Take mask.
I actually wrote, Igor pushed the fucking blue button. He actually hit the blue button.
That's almost as good as the. Well, I'll be nice. I won't say it out loud. I will just say, go search King's Quest on the cutting room floor.
Yeah.
Oh.
We can't say those words here, I don't think.
Well, actually, you can say gutter. That's the one appropriate word in that.
Uh-oh, the butler touched you. Now you die.
Have a chop, sir.
Wow, he actually...
Wait, really?
Yeah, polite thank you.
I don't know why this is accepting it, but...
It's the way the parser works. It's just looking for the correct commands being input rather than actually... Or the correct letters being input in the proper order, I assume. It's kind of like that that tool-assisted speedrun of Family Feud for the SNES.
Swiss murder suit.
Yes.
I think I'm not familiar with the video you guys are talking about. I might have to see if I can find that.
Yeah, it's a tool-assisted speedrun. Look it up. It's just the most amazing 5 minutes.
Of course, most tool-assisted speedruns of games that aren't meant to be tool-assisted speedruns are usually pretty amazing. So.
Tased losers, see a dose.
Oh my god.
Thy Mansion Man. That's what this game is.
Thy Dungeon Man is a better game than this, I'd say.
Yeah. Also, I think the water bottle I was just drinking out of just farted, but I'm not really sure.
It farts in your general direction, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Classy King Graham. Word groups in the AGI engine define words and other synonyms. For example, acquire, take, get. King's Quest II had single word group for its female characters, which means that you can call Valenice or Grandma Mermaid and still have the parser understand you. Parser also understands perfectly if you refer to Little Red Riding Hood as a wow.
Okay.
I'm guessing that somebody on the design team had some problems with women.
You know it's bad when even JoJo refuses to say it on air.
I was going to say, okay.
Here's
the
where
good things that, whoa, hose bag. Okay, these are the ones I can actually say. Let's see.
And he's actually thinking about it.
What's kind of funny is I actually misremembered that one is actually worse than it was.
Let's just say if we were on the board, it would be changed to a very friendly person. See you next Tuesday is on the list, of course.
So Asa is saying in the stream chat that they played this game till the copy protection broke. Or wait, played this game till the copy protection near the end. Good times in middle school.
This game had copy protection?
I guess. I'm not sure.
Also, I like how punctuation is just totally non-existent in most of the dialogue boxes. It is of no use to you.
Now I have to wonder how you beat this game before, Bob.
FAQ. I could never beat this game on my own, I'll tell you that right now.
I'll be right back in a second.
So this is like a broke-ass version of Darkseid, right? Like, Hugo's an even lamer version of the hero from Darkseid.
This game had an instruction manual? I just assumed it congealed on shareware CDs.
I imagine it probably at least had like a .doc file.
I want you to look at this right here. Do you see an exit out of this room? And no, that door doesn't count.
Does you have to go between the rocks or something really dumb?
You have to go between these rocks right here, and I want you... How would you ever know that? Like, seriously.
What happens if you tell it look at rocks?
That looks very strange, just seeing Hugo walk through those butt-shaped rocks.
Okay, here comes the worst puzzle in the game.
And this isn't really a puzzle, it's called The Mummy Hates You.
Oh, no, that's after.
Oh, okay. Oh, the bats, yes.
Yep.
These slow-moving character
If these bats even
dodging
touch
bats.
you, you instantly die for some reason. Even... Crap.
Like, why did you blow the whistle?
You have to, or else they home in on you and kill you.
Ah, okay.
Well, Hugo is allergic to animals. That has been established in canon.
That's true.
Also, even after you blow the whistle, they will still kill you if they touch you.
I love how they're just moving very lazily now.
Okay, here's the worst puzzle in the game. Okay, here's how it works. You need to get through that coffin, and you need to get that gold. If the mummy touches you, you die.
I just love how the most threatening thing in this game is a mummy. It moves faster than you do, too. Keep that in mind.
Gotcha.
Now I got your power!
Oh, this game.
Gotcha!
Gotcha. Guess what I have?
He doesn't even drop dead like Penelope doesn't.
So yeah, I'm trying to remember how exactly you... No, not like that. There's a specific path you have to take to actually trap the mummy so you can get the gold and get out of here. I don't... No, that's not it.
Well, I would love to see you solve this live, like, even if it takes you like 40 or 50 deaths.
Did I do it?
I just love how this is the... Oh, jeez. This is the worst enemy in the game, or the worst challenge. And it's because the controls aren't suited to an action sequence, essentially.
Yeah, it's like, why is he so damn fast?
He's a mummy, too. I meant, they don't even have muscles.
I know, you'd think he would just fall over.
Also, I hope you've grabbed every item in the game or you're going to be fucked right here.
You're not going to save after that?
I did.
Oh, yeah, stream delay. Thanks.
He just did it so fast that, yeah.
Yeah. The day that live streaming is possible without any substantial lag is going to be amazing.
See, okay, this has one thing up on King's Quest V at least. It's the, like he's, I guess, or rather, Hugo does over King Graham because he can actually see holes in boats.
Yeah, that was the best gotcha I've ever seen in any game.
Yeah.
Graham, you should get into the boat.
I sort of see you was trying to sabotage you the whole time.
You have to do the exact opposite of everything that what's his face tells you.
Yeah, Cedric.
Cedric the Entertainer.
Yeah. This is the worst sidekick ever.
If you don't do the opposite of everything he says, you die.
I did like that. There was that little joke in the one remake, where it showed, or the remake of 2, was it? Because, Graham's looking into the mirror and he can see the future, and it was like he sees himself, knighting, the guy from Mask of Eternity. And he's like, before you... And actually, you have the choice not to, because, like, a lot of people hate that guy. But he's like, okay, if you're going to, if you're going to follow in my footsteps, then you need to slay this evil beast. And then he, like, has to go kill... Or he tells him to kill Cedric.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, the most useless rapper in video games.
What?
Oh.
I'm in a boat!
What am I missing?
Oh, jeez, my browser froze up.
I'm on a boat. Take a good hard look at the motherfucking boat.
Man, it probably can't hurt to plug my laptop in.
Alright, I'm this close. Can someone head to GameFAQs or something real quick?
Yeah, hang on a second.
We didn't have GameFAQs back when I was a kid, Bob.
I know, but I've tried everything. Like, come on,
Look, I'll tell you the best we can do. I'm gonna post on a BBS. We'll see if anyone gets back to us.
We'll get
Yeah,
back
that was the lousy thing back then. Was like, you couldn't just get on GameFAQs. You'd be stuck. Unless you were on a BBS or something like that, and you lucked out, somebody else was playing and they actually knew what they were doing. You're screwed.
Well, you could get lots of magazines would have actual genuine pages dedicated to whatever.
They did, but like on some games, like let's say you were buying games from the bargain bin, because you get the actual full-on games.
I just need to know the verb to get to the other side is all.
Oh,
paddle.
Push boat.
That's obvious.
That you had to buy magazines constantly, and then hopefully one of them will have what you needed when you get it in the future.
Amazing.
Oh, and this has the riddles, the answer to the riddles too, and apparently that was the copy protection, according to Asa. Some of the answers are in the instruction booklet, but apparently not all of them.
What the heck is Livestream doing? It's going to restart Firefox.
Shockingly, though, one of the questions is actually a reference to a good property.
This one?
Which is, what do you do with a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster? We know what to do with a Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster.
Surprisingly, this does not actually kill you. You can do this as much as you want.
Wait, were you in the dark cave there for a little bit? I'm trying to remember if that was a thing.
Actually locked up now.
Wait,
I had to step out.
Did the stream freeze?
I'm not seeing anything. I paused it and restarted it, and it hasn't restarted yet.
Yeah, that happened to me.
I'm just figuring something.
Don't stop the stream though, Bob, because it will keep recording it on your end.
Okay.
Even if it's...
Is it working for anyone else?
I just see it. I think it just. I'm seeing a dialogue box. Since you failed to answer my questions, I hereby do me to float forever on my leg. Is that relatively current?
That's what I'm stuck on right now.
Yeah. Weirdness.
They say it works for them.
That's strange.
Just give
I'm
it some
starting
time.
it.
Yeah.
We'll see it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yep. Live with the flow, etc., etc. And now I'm seeing just a still shot with a B in the parser.
It's this person who's helping us, or helping you, in the chat.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Oh, it looks like it's stuck.
Ah, there we go. Now it's showing that for me too.
Okay, how does he expect anyone to know this who was playing this game?
What was the question?
What was the name of Roy
What
Rogers'
should you
dog?
do with the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster? It's
What
like,
was the name of Roy Rogers' dog?
The horse was Trigger.
if you trick a
Bullet
Gargle
was apparently
Blaster, isn't that just going to,
Bullet.
make you feel like you gain your
The horse
head
was
smashed
Trigger.
with Gold.
Yeah, the horse was Trigger.
It's a lemon wrapped around it.
Yeah.
Are we reminiscing about something we're too young to remember?
I'm guessing the dog thing is that, but I don't know.
Okay. Wow, that
You got
I'm
it?
amazed that actually worked.
good
Hey,
drawing,
we're back.
guy.
Oh god, it's Madu. Madu Obua. Or Uboa.
What was the answer?
Madu Oboa.
When asked if he wanted to rescue Penelope, he answered yes, or else this game has no point. And
This
Oh
is the
shit, is that a sumo wrestler?
okay. This is final puzzle. This guy can't kill you.
This looks like that old Radiohead video with the fat man and the spiked god piece.
Okay, this is the final puzzle. You give this guy gold. That's the puzzle.
Apparently, you only have to give him a single coin, though. Yeah, there you go.
Where do you put it?
Yeah, he
That
keeps
was
it in
the
his
music
mustache.
video to Paranoid Android, I believe, Xerxes.
Yeah.
Because I remember saying that all the time.
That freaking video. Oh, man.
I like the guy in the spiked cod piece. That was great.
I had nightmares about that video. That was weird.
Beautiful.
What?
You dance for joy.
Also, was that more clip art right there?
Yeah.
Which is,
So,
oh, there we go. Yep.
if you guys were wondering who kidnapped his girlfriend or why, or the game doesn't tell you, it never tells you.
Killer plot.
Hugo Trilogy is commercial software.
I think he still sells this, but the guy who made it, all he does now is jigsaw puzzle games.
No more Nightmare 3D, eh?
Oh, just as you mentioned it.
Oh shit, are you gonna do Who Done It now?
Something better. So this guy, he made a first-person shooter.
Oh,
Oh
man.
dear, Nightmare 3D.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum,
Oh,
bum,
and there-
ba-dum.
Just to mention it, there is actually someone working on a project to bring this to the ZDoom engine now.
That sounds fun. I can't wait to see Nightmare 3D Source.
So far, it's actually pretty competent. Like, if it was finished, I would actually play it. As it is, there's only one level in it right now, but...
So basically, this came out after Doom, just for a reference to what we're looking at.
Yeah,
Oh,
someone
yeah,
put
this was-
GH in the call. I'm pretty sure he hopped online for... Yeah.
For the trying.
One moment.
I love watching the viewer count in the bottom, where it's like somebody says something dumb and then we lose 5 viewers.
That hadn't actually happened, has it?
Oh,
Yeah,
shit, I
20
just-
viewers are-
well, we were at 19 a couple minutes ago, and we just lost 2.
I
I
think
said
we
hit
topped
20 at its highest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
man.
like the player portrait, how it slowly turns into a skull. It looks pretty hilarious at 50%.
This game's kinda...
Okay,
It's the inverse of the usual, layout with Doom and a lot of other shooters. It's like, your attacks aren't hit scan, but theirs are. That's just...
yeah.
Imagine if every enemy was a Class 1 driller.
Oh, that.
Oh, man.
Look how hard it is to hit anything in this game.
Are all the bad guys like super tall, or are you just really short?
Probably a little of both.
Being playing supplies all the
Man, does
assets.
the guy who
Hi,
makes
Gunnar.
these games like...
Hey, dude.
Yo,
You know, it's like they say, a little column A, a little column B.
This guy just has a thing for like old school haunted houses.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, did I get Ken's Labyrinth? If not, I'm gonna find it anyway, because that game needs to be seen.
I'm pretty sure that one's freeware nowadays, isn't it?
I haven't seen that one still on. Yeah, it looks like The Chosen might want it too.
Sure.
Full house tonight, eh?
Pretty much, Tonic. Like, Ken Silver made the build engine. This guy made this.
The lame driver engine, I guess you'd call it.
Like
Lame and
Slave
stuff.
Driver, but full of suck.
Yep.
I like that mummy on stilts that just came running at you.
Okay. I did.
What's the MECC game?
Emmy?
Is that a platform?
Oh.
Mech?
No, he's
that's like Oregon Trail.
Yeah, they made a bunch of educational games.
Oh, Minnesota Educational. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, those guys. Cool people by all accounts.
And the slave game.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Freedom!
To be fair, they did back off on that when they realized it was a really bad idea.
I'm just surprised it came out when it did. Cause,
yeah, they
that
made it
was
come out
like,
slavery.
Like a game like...
Yeah, it was
Was it
1992.
like a plantation sim? Like what?
Yeah,
but it was still like...
It was 1992, and they made an Apple II game where you are a young slave working on a plantation, and your goal is to escape without getting caught. And apparently, this game was so frightening that some parents sued, and they actually had to recall the game.
That sucks. That sounds like a great game.
Well, apparently, some lady, she, sued, and she said her son was having nightmares that he was a slave.
So wait, why does this house have a bunch of paintings of itself on it?
It's a shame that something like,
It's a really narcissistic house.
50 years of national history where we enslaved other people has to have any kind of negative effects on our world at all. That kind of sucks, right?
I mean, I feel like a good simulation of what that must have been like would be a good way to get through why it was a bad thing.
Yeah, well, that's the idea. Like, if it doesn't give you nightmares, it's not a very good game.
You kind of got to put things
what
in
I'm thinking
perspective.
is that a lot of people these days, they have a lot of trouble facing up to real events, as horrible as they may be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they'd rather just pretend it not happen, sort of like,
Kind of like how racism doesn't exist anymore. Did you guys hear about that? It's gone.
On this one, I think that one of the Oregon Trail games referenced the Donner Party.
Ah!
I think.
Is it weird that I played Yukon Trail first?
If you wanted to make a really disturbing game, it would be like a plantation sim, like I said earlier. Like, make a game where it's like you're like trying to maintain like the value of your human commodities, and like you could even just make it like a completely historically neutral game that doesn't take place at any one time.
So, in other words, the Papers, Please approach.
Yeah, it's like I think it would. I think as long as you avoided actually making it set in the United States, like you could make a pretty good, social commentary type game.
Yeah, get Lucas Pope on the case. This is the kind of stuff that needs to happen.
Also, I just realized Bob is still on the first level. This is pretty lame.
There is an auto map button, but I have forgotten what it is, and I don't really care to.
It's not tab.
No, tab does this.
Okay, wasn't all that stuff pretty much established even this far back?
And it's not M.
Nope. I think it's for the F keys, actually.
What do the function keys do?
Oh, sure. Break control conventions.
I'm just. Oh, it's F9.
What game is
F9
this?
is auto map.
Nightmare
Laura,
3D.
no. What's going on in the chat? Lord
Oh,
of
Laura Bowes, Dagger of Amun-Ra.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Who is this person who's giving us all this great information? Do we know?
I have
this
no idea.
person?
She just
Asa?
joined a few moments ago.
Is she Swedish? Osa? Or is
I'm not
it-
sure.
I don't know. I don't think I brought anyone in.
Probably not.
Ha,
He's
American.
no.
I imagine if she's bringing up Mac, I imagine she's probably American.
American.
Well, she could, people do move from country to country.
True.
Yeah.
It's
But-
been known to happen.
Yeah, I have no idea where I'm going. Oh yeah, another thing about this game, your auto map costs energy, and if you run out of energy, you can't use it anymore.
So is it pronounced Osa or Asa? Or because Osa would have like a little like circle above the A.
Your auto map costs.
These have to be
It's a
some-
little green meter
Why?
above the eye.
Image
If it
or
runs out, you just
history.
run.
Why?
Asa. Okay.
You said all
Thank you,
right.
Asa. Your suggestions are.
So it's like
Wait.
Vaso without the V at the beginning. Well, I guess it's more Vaso still.
What was I going to... Oh, wait. Speaking of games, though, you mentioned that the game, that this game actually has an auto map, but it requires map energy. There is actually one other Wolfenstein-esque game that does that, and that is Blakestone... I think it's Blakestone Planet Strike?
That's different because that just makes it so you can see secrets. That's okay.
It's similar, but yeah. I can't remember if the original Blakestone had, if that one actually had an auto map or not. Can't remember.
As a side question.
Yeah,
what
we're done
brings
with
us
this.
to
We're not
side
getting anywhere in
quests?
this.
Somebody speak in the background.
I was just gonna ask, what house looks like this? Like, this place is like 12 living rooms, 5 kitchens, 120 random hallways.
I thought it was like a part of the Disney Haunted Mansion.
It's an Uber mansion. It's because you live in a house so gigantic that you don't want to spend half the day walking across the grounds just to get to the kitchen and eat.
So it's a McMansion?
It's like you're walking across the house and you run out of strength to get to the rest of the house, so you build another part of the house and settle.
Oh, so what you're saying, it's Dracula's castle from the Castlevania games, because clearly that man had some hunger that needs to be,
Like, well, we're out of gas. Let's found a new town here.
Build me a castle and make sure that every 10th brick is a turkey. This I command.
So this is a request from the Chosen. He wanted to see this.
Yeah, I just remembered one, but it's a little too boring to deal with. I went back. There was supposedly an A10 simulator. I can't remember the name of it.
A10 Attack or A10 Cuba?
No, it's how you fighting robots.
Oh man, Tandy. Yeah. Is it Asa or Aza? Is it like? I'm sorry. I want to make.
And
Okay.
Look,
Just
it was
brought up
maybe some-
Tandy.
The flight simulator medical program.
I don't recall any such thing. I mean, most
Oh,
of
okay.
the A10 sims that I can recall aren't really blatantly unrealistic like that.
Okay, so here's one of the more obscure games I think I could show off.
I really like the Black Cauldron game too. So sorry.
Oh, I remember this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is a neat game.
Had this game come out today, it would have been an indie darling, but it was too soon.
Yeah, I
Too
completely
far ahead.
forgot this existed until it was recommended.
My favorite part about this game is, since it is entirely vector-based, you can actually zoom it in and out almost infinitely.
Wait, this uses vectors?
Yeah, these are all just drawn lines.
Jeez, that's pretty cool.
This game came out in, like, I want to say 96, 97?
So
Yeah,
you're
you
saying
zoom
this
out.
game is... Oh,
This is really great.
Damn, that
This looks like an old Sprite commercial. Remember those old Sprite commercials where they're like,
was that with the Fido Dido guy?
This is
Yeah.
physics were better.
It's great to have you on here, Asa. Hope you enjoy it.
Asa.
I'm sorry,
Asa.
Asa.
What was I going to say? This game's basically what would happen if you made a game on Doom's auto map. Because that was also vector-based, if I recall.
There almost was a game on Doom's auto map, though.
Yeah, it was an Asteroids clone or something, wasn't it? And they cut it out.
Yeah, Dave D. Taylor was working on an Asteroids clone in it, and there's only little remnants of it left in the code.
Has anyone ever actually tried to implement that?
No, I imagine they probably didn't see the point.
Whoa, that suddenly went all Qbert.
Hey, that reminds me, Xerxes, did you ever go to the Children's Museum? Like, they had a computer lab there?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever go to that?
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty cool, because they had, like, all the Sierra games.
Yeah, and all the Minnesota Educational Consortium, whatever.
Yeah,
they had
stuff
Oregon
like
Trail set up. You probably moved out by the time this happened, but eventually they opened up an exhibit that wasn't really an exhibit. It was like basically just a giant room full of Legos.
Oh god, that sounds amazing.
No, I
It
didn't.
was really cool. They just had these giant like tables that were like kind of like they had like tubs of Legos built into them, and you could just sit down all day long and build stuff.
You know, there's a place there's this place here that's like that, except you have to pay like $20 to get in, but you can like play with whatever Legos you want.
Like, do they have that one Cirrus monorail set from the mid-80s that I've always wanted but never been able to get?
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like just playing with the kid who had the world's biggest collection of Legos, because they weren't organized in any way. They were just like giant tubs.
Yeah, it's not like, I mean, but yeah, I mean, you could get kind of like just create whatever you want. That I remember that. Oh, and I drove past there, by the way, and it was good to see they still have the planetarium. It looks pretty much the same as when I left there, except they have this big addition on the one side. So it was kind of cool. It's like, well, I'm glad that some things haven't changed too much. I'm really sad though, because they had a big Sammy Terry exhibit back at end of last year, and I would have killed to go to that, because they had like
really impressive. It's just the random gravity.
Yeah, the fact that this is Vector 2, that's like really awesome. Oh wow.
Whatever this is running on, it's actually pretty intensive. It seems like I have to run this at about 10,000 cycles where I have a decent frame rate.
This game could come out today, and it would be...
Yeah, it'd be pretty huge in the indie scene, I bet. Like ShardMoure said.
Yeah, this game could...
Like any attack, though?
Not that I know
this
of.
game?
It's kind of annoying.
I think this game was featured on on the Underdogs at one point, because I think that's where I saw it.
I remember finding it on Darren Hewer's old site, DOSGames.com, and he gave it a pretty glowing review.
It's actually kind of like Skilius, or one of those just exploration games. It's not really a...
Yeah, I like... Did gravity just flip earlier?
Yeah.
Did I see that correctly? That's... If I had money, which I don't, but if I had like enough money to bankroll something like this, I would just find this guy and say, hey, like, we're gonna put this out again.
This is
I
kind
will
of thing
take
that needs to be on
80% of the
Kickstarter.
profit.
Yeah, this seems like it's a genuine setup.
You can make some
I like
great with this.
the gravity on the planet there is really cool.
What's the
You
name of
could
this
actually,
game?
this would be a
StixWorld.
cool 3DS game.
Is
This
it
makes
like
me think like some sort of proto Super Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, that's what made me think of too. Is it STIX or like?
Yeah, STIX.
It has to be.
I
So
don't know if it's
Styx
still
like
being
Pixie
sold or not.
Styx,
I'd imagine
Styx
not.
like in
But
the river.
I was thinking sticks like
the
kids.
site that Chosen linked me to said it's still being sold, so I don't know.
This needs an HG 101 auto cool.
Possibly, yeah. I just wish I knew where it's going, because the gameplay is not as good as it looks.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
I mean, it looks great. It's just kind of hard to play because I can't attack or anything.
Art style is definitely
Maybe
amazing.
it's supposed to collect stuff. I don't think it has a goal.
Maybe you should drink a Sprite.
Now I'm thirsty.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those cases where, honestly, the visual style alone definitely seems like to be what for writing about. It would be reason enough to write about.
Have any other games done anything like this? At least one had to, didn't it? Wouldn't it?
There was a Mac OS X game by Ambrosia Software called Stick Fighter 4000. It's basically this kind of style, except it's a Thrust clone. I think they're still selling it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't understand what the point of this is, but
yeah, I don't know where I'm going or where I'm supposed to be going.
You could make this. What if this game were like? What if the worlds were procedurally generated, and like you could just the point of the game was just to walk around.
Oh, that's how I get here. I have to ride the fish.
Damn it.
I think.
I love that foot tapping animation. And
The controls aren't great, I'll admit.
I like the yeah. A little bit of Sonic
Ride the
2's
fish,
there.
which you would instinctively think would try to kill you.
Ha! Found his website. Finally. No place on the internet seems to have an actual link to this, except for the site on his old web space that everybody's linking to, which has been dead since 2008. So, for those of you in the stream chat, there is a link to the website for StixWorld, where he still seems to take registrations, but they link to the marketplace at Kagi.com that doesn't seem to have anything to do with it.
Congratulations. Huh.
Doing the
That
last
sounded like that could have gone somewhere bad.
Congratulation.
Do you want the last
Is there a registered
congratulations?
version floating around, or are you gonna have to get in touch with this guy to actually get it?
So, yeah, this game is really good looking. It's just not fun to play, sadly. So it's basically a
man.
Psygnosis game.
Alley Cat, yeah, I remember that game. That was awesome. Hey, do you guys have? That was like a CGA EGA era one.
I like how it was actually one of the first CGI games I ever saw because I wound up finding a video of it. Was looking for videos of an IBM PC 5150 in action.
I'm gonna play like 2 more DOS games. I'm gonna move over to Windows for a bit, so you got some stuff on the show there.
Boo. OS2 Warp.
Did they make games for OS2?
Only like a
Pizza
couple.
games.
There's like an IBM OS2 entertainment pack, but it's mostly just the usual fare of card games and Minesweeper clones.
Didn't OS2 have a Quake port, or was that Amiga OS I was thinking of?
I'm pretty sure there were like OS2 ports of like Doom or Wolfenstein or something like that. Not official ones though.
Okay, so pretty much everyone who has played a lot of Shareware Games has played this.
Oh god. Yeah, this brings back memories here.
This is probably like one of the Apple's best games, I'd say.
Oh, Monster Mash.
It's not nearly as good as Keen 4, though.
That was ID, though.
Yeah, Keen 4 was probably one of the best shareware platformers.
Should I just skip to that
Except,
one sometime? I've got them all, but I that Steam pack.
Yeah, honestly though, my favorite Apogee platformer was Biomenace, and that is actually now freeware. Like, you can get it for free off of the 3D Realms website.
Biomenace is almost not a platformer. It still is, but it's almost not. It leans so close to being an action game.
It's almost a Contra clone. Almost.
Is this kid wearing like a unitard type Sweet Pea from Popeye pajamas?
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
It's like Maggie Simpson style. Yeah.
I was just thinking work coveralls for some reason.
Also, this game is really bloody, even though it doesn't look like it for the main character.
Yeah.
Like, there's blood and intestines everywhere, and everything gives when you kill it.
Well, it's combining that thing that, you know, kids who end up watching scary movies, that's the whole skit here.
Like, he doesn't explode into a whole bunch of
Like, I could have sworn,
if I recall.
I originally thought it was this game where, the lead looked like this innocent little kid, and he exploded to a bunch of bloody gibbs whenever he died.
Yeah, this kid doesn't explode, he just falls off the screen and you hear a cuckoo clock.
Is it really pronounced Gibbs?
Yeah, I think it's Jib, as a giblet.
Like a
giblet.
I hear Romero makes it Jibs, but I'm still used to saying Gibbs. So.
Yeah, I've always called them Gibbs too.
Debates. It's like GIF or GIF.
Tomato,
I
tomato.
remember there was a
because
GameSpy
it's
article
based
on debate between how it was supposed to be pronounced.
I'm sure
GIF,
at this point we can.
GIF is just like a made-up word, but Jibs is short for giblets, right?
Here's the
So
thing,
there-
though, Xerxes. I actually was talking to someone about this once. I just remembered in high school. I think it was my programming teacher. It's like, it shouldn't it be Jibs, though? Because it's like, it's giblets in gravy. It's like, no, I've always pronounced it giblets. So, apparently there's some variants there, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because
This is a
people
regional
believe
thing.
it doesn't.
Yes, I know, Xerxes, but that was what he told me, so... It must have been a regional thing. He had a little bit of an accent, but I'm not sure where he came from.
Is he from like Mipos or wherever?
This was years ago, though. This was like a decade ago, so I couldn't tell you.
Oh, it's married to a goat by now.
Chosen, I'm going to tell you now, I really did not like Halloween Harry. I just don't like it at all.
Why not?
Because you're a racist, mate.
It's got all kinds of just really dumb flaws to it.
It's got minor
Like
flaws,
if you,
but what game from that era didn't have weird
if you
flaws?
run out of jetpack fuel, you are essentially screwed.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's supposed to balance it.
Yeah, so don't waste it. What's wrong with you? Why are you wasting it?
If you get lost, for example.
And you will get lost.
But most of the thing about the game is you can grind enemies because they respawn. They drop.
Yeah,
money,
I hate
you
that
can
too. I hate they respawn.
Oh, jeez.
I
up in this call.
Bullshit.
Got some serious haters here.
What happened, Saru?
I said we got some serious haters, though, because you're hating on Halloween Harry. It's such a great game.
It's an Australian game. You shouldn't be doing that. We try our best.
You know, so it's an Australian game?
Yeah, see, that's why I like Halloween Harry and not that.
Transformers.
Yeah, but we did the not good Transformers game. It was okay.
What about
Well, no. You did the. You guys did the one that was based on like Armada, and that was actually really good. Even though the show Armada sucked.
I admit I kind of like the Tasmanian Tiger for what it was.
I love how people have opinions about like new Transformers and Ninja Turtles cartoons, and it's like, who thinks this is for them? It's for, like, first of all, the original Transformers sucked. Like,
I hate to admit it,
balls at the same
it does,
time.
but like have you watched G.I. Joe lately? There's actually some really good episodes.
We talking the adult one, Adult Swim, or the one that was on the
Transformers
hub?
has cool robots, and there's about 5 minutes in the movie that's genuinely good.
Okay, Zershi, I have a question for you.
Those the first 5 minutes?
Have you ever seen the 2003 Ninja Turtles?
No.
Okay, there's just one
It's not-
episode you should know about, okay?
Was that the one
Okay.
with Baxter?
Yeah.
Insane in the Membrane?
Okay, so they have Battersog
Oh, I
in the
know
new
this
show, and
one.
he's this, like, black guy. Okay?
It's like in the comic book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened, but I think he lost part of his body, ended up like as just a head. So he makes himself a new body, but it turns out it's actually rotting apart piece by piece.
Ugh.
And he's actually going insane while it's happening, so he decides to go kill April O'Neil. So he's stalking this white woman, and he keeps having flashbacks about his dead mother. And I think in the end he dies, so it's really just kind of disturbing, and yeah.
Real comments.
Yeah, that's a very good term for it.
And and it goes further than that. He hears a later episode where they resurrect him and he objects to it.
This was a 4Kids show, by the way.
I don't know what was going on with the. Oh yeah. Did you ever see that one thing where they're talking about One Piece, the censorship, and then they're saying other shows from 4Kids, and then I don't know the context on it, but yeah, that was pretty surprisingly good for something that 4Kids was involved with.
Yeah,
What's
it's kind of weird
4Kids?
how completely arbitrary the censorship could be. Like, if it came from America, it's okay. If it came from Japan, it must be, well...
Leo Burnett and 4Kids, etc., etc.
Are we going to start talking about the whole rice balls as jelly donuts thing? Because I admit it's dumb, but like how many how many American kids are going to know what a rice ball is?
About the hammer gun or changing, removing any and all references to death.
Oh, you're talking about the gun, like, when in One Piece, right? That, like, they just, like, totally screwed up. Like, there was a guy holding a gun to a kid's head, and then they changed it into some weird, like, looked like a sex toy, but it was just, like, really weird, like, had, like, pipes coming out of it, like a hammer, and, looked like a shower head.
Also, on one other note from earlier, I'll say this much, having seen both the 1986 animated Transformers and the 2007 live-action one, I'll take the old animated one any day. At least the robots actually do something in that one.
In Transformers Prime supposed to be pretty good?
I hear this, but I'm just kind of...
I am exercising editorial control over this conversation.
Talk about Transformers.
Yes.
And I hadn't really watched it.
No, my Absolute Adventure is actually animated.
It all sucks. It's about trucks that turn into robots.
Well, what I'm saying is that,
from a planet of truck people.
Back in my day, it wasn't really, straight up Transformers. It was Beast Wars that everybody... Oh, dick move. You were about to grab that heart, too.
Yeah, so far as Transformers goes, I just really don't know anything about anything.
And then, I was hanging out in one of those cartoons.
And I like the series Transformers animated.
And then, it was the first episode of Beast Wars all over again, and I'm like, damn, this
Hey,
actually
Joseph,
aged a lot
what were you
worse
saying
than I
about
remember.
animated?
Music's still metal as hell, though.
Animated is actually my favorite of the Transformers series.
That's TheGunheart as well. It's not
I've got to go check it out because I didn't give it a chance. I wasn't a fan of the designs, but I've heard everybody that's watched it say it's probably their favorite. So, gotta check it out.
This game reminds me of.
Yeah, give me. I'll read that. Give me that.
Okay, how about now?
I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I thought the stream was showing.
Go.
I thought the stream was showing, but it was not.
You're very lucky you guys missed what JoJo was just talking about. That was perfect timing.
So yeah, I'm gonna do a few more DOS games, like maybe 2 more, and then we'll move on to Windows. As I was gonna say,
I'll be taking a quick break, so you guys can do whatever. Because I've seen Skunny, I don't need to see it again.
Basically,
I also have to get a beer.
There was this shareware company from Belgium called Copysoft, and this was their mascot. What we're about to see here.
Skunny Lingus.
What are you about to unleash?
No, that was not funny. I am not laughing on the inside.
It was hilarious.
No, never.
Oh, this thing.
Oh god.
By the way, like,
I think Tonic knows what we're about to see.
Has anyone heard the Fallout 2 podcast?
I remember this. That BIM
I
show
listened
site
to
reviewed
about
it.
30 minutes. I listened to 30
What
minutes
is
of it.
Skunny? This is
Good
Skunny.
night.
It needs no introduction.
I want to show off the
I got
story
through
real
the
quick.
bonus skit.
One, his name is Skunny Hardnut. That sounds vastly inappropriate.
Toad.
But yet it's not, because it doesn't make any sense. Nuts, like, testicles don't get hard. You're talking, like, you really have misunderstood the whole
Someone actually
concept.
wrote a review on all these games.
Skunny?
Sure, a few
Jeez,
people have.
Same guy who wrote that
Yeah, just
Cosmo
announce
review
the
you
link.
call into question.
Okay, I just want to show off this page real quick, because it's something I'd like to just... Yeah, that's not appropriate.
Is this their equivalent to Boston cream cake filling?
Oh, dude.
And there's humanity again, just right on cue.
May need to go update your ad block settings if you use ad block.
It keeps coming back. I do. The thing is I like how it just shows up at the worst possible times.
I
It's
don't
just down in
think
the
this is
corner.
European though.
This is Belgian, I think.
I am actually going to go have a look myself. Let's go clearing Moby Games.
Okay, here it is.
I always just assumed Skunny was American, but that's because it's Copysoft.
Frog, jeez.
So yeah, the physics in this game, imagine if every level's an ice level. Now multiply that by 10.
Copysoft was a brand of the Belgian company Edicis SCRL, based in Brussels.
Huh. Belgians don't make very good games then. Sorry, Belgium.
And then the special edition Skunny, which is very, very different, was done by Magic Touch, who are only rumored to be involved with Copysoft.
It's okay though, you know, the Belgians make some pretty awesome comics.
Yeah, 13.
Also,
I gotta read through that whole thing.
I was gonna say the problem is that they probably, you know, have, you know, shitty developers because Van Damme snorted all the coke there, so.
Okay.
Implying coke is required to be a good developer.
Of course it is. It's like coffee times 10.
Van Damme really liked coke.
I bet if Jean-Claude Van Damme died
Cal?
and you cremated him, you could smoke the ashes and get really high.
Do you remember when we were talking about Bubsy in the one podcast? We found the physics?
Yeah, that had to
I take back everything I said.
So it turns into a superhero, he just...
Yeah.
This is a bonus, isn't it? When you finish the stage, you get to turn that stage into a thing.
You turn the level into 100-point blocks.
Let's see how you scored.
Also, welcome back, Argent, and I'm sorry to hear about your microphone trying to kill you.
Is everything coming in okay?
You're a little quiet, but you're okay.
Is that better?
Didn't hear a difference.
Well, the difference between this and Bubsy is that Bubsy's physics, the levels seem to have actually ultimately been designed deliberately around the physics that they ended up with. I don't think that's the case here.
Hey, did you guys read that article about the making of Street Fighter the movie?
Yeah, that was a great article. Really enjoyed it. It was a Polygon article, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really good. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, the Street Fighter article came out, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago or something. It was really recent on Polygon.
Yeah, I forget who linked it. It was really good, though. I mean, it was interesting. They had some interviews with basically the guys that played, you know, Ken and Ryu. They talked about, well, Ryu, and they talked about how, like, nobody could pronounce, Ryu, so they just changed it to Ryu. And, I mean, obviously they weren't trying to make a pile of shit, you know, and things just kind of went wrong. I mean,
I like that movie. Like,
I do too. It's not really that bad. I think it's fun.
Yeah, I think the funniest part though about Ryu though is in the arcade game based on it, is that he cannot pronounce any of his move names, especially not the spinning kick, which just turns into a jumble of unrelated phonemes.
Shoryuken.
It's just kind of funny because, like, basically the action director, he sounds like he was kind of a tool, you know, from that article at least. But he, like, did not do any special moves, and they had to refilm all these scenes, like reconstruct sets and stuff just to be able to add in some parts where, you know, they were doing like the Dragon Punch or, you know, a Fireball move or things like that.
Well, it seems like he wouldn't have been a tool, but they fucked up him, so he was like, well...
Yeah, I think they effed up things for him, but it almost sounds like he wasn't, you know, he was just trying to make his own thing and wasn't really paying attention to, you know, like, well, okay, is this accurate to what would be in the
Yeah, but
game,
see, that's,
so.
I mean, that's kind of the director's job. Like, the director's supposed to say, okay, we need to do this, so we're doing this. But they just, it seems like they handed the team like cameras and said, okay, go make stunts, and they're just like, what okay, now
do something amazing right now.
Yeah, it's like, because I mean, why would a
got
stunt
4.5
man
feet of film, like, yeah,
who's in his like 30s or 40s or whatever, why would he have played Street Fighter 2 enough to have any idea what they actually wanted? Not his fault, really.
Someone's crackling. I think it might be you, Zertzi.
Yeah, it's always me.
It's not always,
Snap,
but
crackle, and
sometimes.
So yeah, just a
You
moment.
just eat some Rice Krispies. That's all it was.
So we've talked about the DOS era for a little while. I think it's time to move on for a little bit.
To the TI-98 era.
It amuses me that you're emulating Windows XP, because it just seems like Windows XP I was using like a week ago, and it's like it's a normal thing.
My office is still using Windows XP.
So there's like one game in particular
I hope it's Super Bubsy.
That's not technically shareware.
What about that Bubsy game where he goes to the art museum and then like skulls pop out? And...
Okay, so not all of you may have been here for the introduction, but we were talking about this one company called Moo. Basically, it's kind of like one guy who keeps making games that all look kind of terrible. And I guess he tries, but it's just... There's some about his games I'm sure you'll see as soon as you start playing them. And
is this the U Testament guy?
No.
This is the guy that uses all the pre-rendered graphics, and all his games look the same.
Pretty much.
I'm always impressed by this, because they're more popular than anything I've ever made.
Oh, you're moving on to Hamumu. Yes.
I think his best games always got to be Dr. Lunatic Supreme with cheese,
I'll
just
be
for the
showing that
sheer
off, too.
amount of content in it.
This seems familiar, as if I've seen some other dot collecting maze game.
No, clearly this is
sometime
entirely
with,
original.
Are those?
It reminds me of what's
Bullet
that? The Namco game, Tower of Druaga, I believe.
No, I think you're thinking of Amador.
Well, we
Seems like
are
Firehouse to me.
HG 101 offshoot, so everything has to remind us of Druaga, right?
I think this guy is still selling this game for like $15.
Yeah, all of his games are sold for an extremely exorbitant price for what they are.
No, you know what I think's going on here, Xerxes? I think it's that we had Tower of Druaga up for a vote one time, we didn't vote on it, and now it's haunting us forever.
If we have that, we have
everybody.
to like... Okay, if we ever have Tower of Druaga for vote, we have to have like take a field trip to that one theme park in Japan.
What?
I still think you should put the sequel to Tower of Druaga on. That one is much more interesting.
Quest of Key?
The Return of Ishtar?
Return of Ishtar, yeah, not Quest of Cheeks. Is Quest of Key, is that just like, is that like Druaga, basically? I couldn't remember what that one was.
It has nothing to do with... I mean, it's not like Druaga at all. It's more like Mighty Bomb Jack or something like that. It's that kind of thing.
Because the Return of Ishtar is just a co-op game, which is kind of an extension of the Druaga concept. It's very neat.
Yeah, this stage is totally a Tower or a Star of David. Tower of David, jeez.
Actually, this stage kind of looks more like it looks like a mahjong pile that you get with
it does.
PC mahjong.
Yes, it does.
Now, I stepped away. What were you guys saying about Druaga and Ishtar?
I swear it's haunting us.
We were just congratulating ourselves on making the reference.
Oh, okay.
Alright, that's enough of this.
Let's make more references.
Yeah,
How about that
this
Tower
is
of
pretty
Druaga
boring,
anime?
actually.
There's a lot of
like the
PlayStation
most
2 remake.
It's like the most HG 101 thing we could say. I think we've talked about this before. Like,
there's a lot of hentai.
Pardon me for a moment, I know some files.
Of the video game Tower of Druaga. And that's what the internet was created for. Because if the internet existed back in 1984, I'm sure there would have been about 10 times more.
What? Of like that dude and the dragon?
Yeah,
no, the girl.
The other
What?
Tower of Druaga.
Kai. No, Kai.
Key.
No, it's Kai.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because that's how, if you read the Japanese, that's how it's pronounced.
But it's K-I. Shouldn't it be K-I?
No.
K-A-I for Kai?
No, it's pronounced Kai. You go... Take a look on Wikipedia. Yeah.
Wikipedia doesn't have a pronunciation guide for her.
Because
Yeah,
no,
go
like,
on
I believe you,
Japan
Joe, because you
Wikipedia.
speak the most Japanese of everyone here, but...
Files are done.
Also, I'm a fanboy of this
All
kind of
right.
series.
Let me I want to give a bit of backstory on this game real quick. Okay, so this basic... There's a game that uses engine that came in 1998. Then he made a sequel in 2000. And then he made another sequel to that, which is this, in 2003. And they're basically like the exact same game.
Okay, I wish to point out, to my eternal shame, that I am completely wrong. JoJo is 100% right. I can tell just by looking at the characters. Yeah, it's like
this game came out in 2003, and it costs $30 right now.
Yeah, it still costs $30.
Yeah, amazing.
So in this game, you're a guy named Bouafa. That's his name.
Bouafa.
And what you do is you pick up these hammers and brains.
And pants, don't forget those.
You need the pants because you throw hammers faster, obviously. Asa, I don't know. I know you pick up pizza or hell, so...
And also Chinese food.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick up these brains that these zombies drop. And I want you to see what happens when I pick up all the brains.
Yeah, everybody be quiet, this is great.
I'm cool, cat bad.
He just says he's cool cat bad, and then he farts. I mean, who else wouldn't do that? I mean, he's clearly that cool. He's that cool that he could just rip a massive fart after collecting all the collectibles.
This game claims to have 1,200 levels.
Brains are the new beans.
All quality and... Wait, is something attacking you on the world map?
Yes.
Zelda 2. Zelda 2 principle.
Yeah, but that took you to like a battle on the field battle, didn't it?
Also, this game has achievements.
In 2003, we might add. This predates the Xbox 360 system by a good 2 or 3 years.
To be fair, this doesn't look horrible. It looks very bizarre and outsider, but it doesn't look terrible.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just baffling. It's even more baffling. He's still charging $30 for this game.
In fairness, most of the levels are actually fan-made. The problem is most of the fans of this game, I'm pretty sure, are small children. So you can see the problem there.
Well, if you think about it like this, you're more likely to, he's not going to sell 6 copies or whatever for $5, so we might as well try and sell 1 copy for $30.
That is clearly sound logic there, although I'm pretty
Yeah, it's kind of
special 3 edition that you got from the internet.
Made. I mean, I don't really see much in the way of obvious collision detection glitches.
I think though that we're like kind of misunderstanding his goals here. I think this is more like an art project of some kind.
The guy's still making games. I think he makes stuff in Flash and Ever
So
Congregate.
you're saying it's like some sort of modern art or a performance art piece here in the form of a game,
like the Bubsy thing,
or the room full of snakes thing. It's got to be my favorite.
Be worse than it looks if that were the case.
This is like a Smash TV type clone.
It's not.
Or Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
It kinda. Some levels are more focused on like puzzles. Some are like.
It's like
some are
Smash
this.
TV Gauntlet.
It's a very weird game. I'll say that. It's got
Let me move to
vehicles
another
in it,
world.
It's got puzzles. It's got all sorts of things. It's got hidden stages and stuff. I don't know. Bob would be the best person to explain.
Here's how many levels this game has. How many worlds?
What it needs is like a little timer that just ticks off like minutes of your precious life that you've spent playing it.
I bought this game when I was 12, or maybe I was 13. I don't remember.
It'd just be like minutes of your life that you'll never get back, and then like the number of minutes you played the game.
Like it should be called the mortality meter.
Yeah.
Look at how many levels this game freaking has.
It's just like how many do you need?
Okay.
Like,
for comparison, just a moment. Hang on a moment, I'm having trouble with the mouse.
I don't think the game is performance art. I think playing the game is the performance art. I
This
think
is what
Abominator
the
is doing
official
for us
levels
is
are like. The
great
levels made by the guy who
avant-garde,
actually made the game.
Hammer up!
Very altered beast.
Yeah. I like how the power-ups for the hammers are the pants of power.
Yeah, pants make you throw things faster. I don't know why.
And then there's also, I can't remember, the pants of ineptitude, which power them down.
Ineptitude?
They're called Pants of Ineptitude. I want to get this game just because of that.
And then there's also the blue hammers, which give you a hammer down.
Because I like the idea that it's like you just
What
hey,
is it called?
go.
Like the cudgel of failure. Or... Like, what?
I'm unhappy with you. You're wearing the pants of ineptitude.
Like it
I
seems
feel
like this
like-
game.
I feel like I've been wearing the pants of ineptitude for the greater part of my adult life, and I just haven't done it.
The thing that cracks me up about the pants, though, is that when you pick up the pants of power, someone triumphantly yells, "Pants!" But the powered down pants is just some guy going, "Pants."
Honestly, it seems like this game does have
That's
a
what I'm
price.
saying. Is that I think the guy who made this game is in on the joke.
I'm gonna show off the pants real quick because I actually know where to find those. The other
It
pants.
seems like this game does have a price and be worth paying, but $30 ain't it?
There is something to note about this game. This game actually predates the modern indie movement by, well, you said 1998 was the year that the first game was released, so that predates the modern
And there was a
indie
DOS game,
movement by
93, I
at
think.
least 6 or 7 years.
Well, this was 2003, right? Like this specific one.
This game was 2003. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Lunatic Supreme with Cheese. This came out the same year that Cyclist did, or Cyclist, or I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Yeah, 2003 was when freeware indie games were starting to pick back up. Like, they died off during, by 2000 and they were gone. But this is early on. This would have gotten at least some coverage on the internet because it was
It just
a game.
amazed me how much content this game has. It's not all great content, but still.
What's kind of bugs me is the fact that it looks ridiculously easy. I mean,
It's-
enemy attacks seem to
It depends
go
on the level. Like, you can play pretty much any level out of order, so the difficulty is like wildly inconsistent.
It's either too easy or way too hard, depending on the level.
This is an interesting thing. Like I don't think that many games come with this sort of thing anymore. Like, you used to have games that always came with, they came with 200 levels or 300 levels, like some absurd number.
This game has more than 1,000.
And now your games
And
that
it-
come with,
It
like,
can legitimately claim that it has 1,000 levels, because I'm pretty sure most of them were crowdsourced. Like those
Right.
D-Zone discs.
Yeah, I think he just asked people on his forum for permission to use our levels, and he just did that. I think that's exactly what happened.
and now most of your indie games comes with one level, but it's procedurally generated, so it's different.
Which is good or bad based on what you're looking for.
Yeah.
I've been playing that Rogue Legacy, son.
I like Rogue Legacy. My favorite part about it is the fact that you do sort of have to earn your upgrades. You can't really grind them. You actually have to perform a good run to buy good things.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Like even upgrading the Charon to where he only takes half your money, he still takes half your money. Like at the max level.
It's almost not worth doing that. Like, I don't...
And it gets exponentially more expensive to upgrade him to where, what's the point?
Well, it's one of those. You can grind that up if you're not that good at the game. You can grind up your money, kind of.
So yeah, there are seals and machine guns, and I have to beat them with hammers. Just saying. Yeah.
We need more games like this. I'm gonna just say this now. I just love the sheer insanity of this game. I just wish you didn't have to pay $30 to actually experience the insanity firsthand.
If he was able to properly sell people on the insanity, I reckon he would sell shitloads of this for like
You should
$5
just do it-
on
okay,
Steam.
Here's the thing, though. You can buy the original Dr. Lunatic, and it's only $20.
That's such a bargain. I was gonna say though, what this guy needs to do is get in on the whole roguelike craze and just have the game design the levels for him. Just have all the same insanity.
Like nobody would know the difference because they certainly don't look like they were planned by any like human brain.
I think I might play this game for a while as there's so much stuff to show.
Please don't.
Oh, alright.
It would take us like all month to see everything.
Yeah, you gotta keep it moving.
It's one of those things that's like a Herculean feat that's not really worth the reward.
Did I mention this game has
Magic Rock?
Did I mention this game has a hidden text adventure in it?
God.
Hey, speaking of Herculean, you know what I got?
Oh God, what?
Did you see the shameless, or what do you call it? What'd you get besides video games thread?
Oh yes, I did read that. I'm sorry you missed out on the Tom of Finland prints, though, man. That's a shame.
It was hilarious.
This guy has never used XLig or Steam or anything. He just, I don't think he sells these games
off his site.
anywhere off his own site.
I wonder if anyone's talked to him about how like $30 is ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm sure he's gotten that a few times. The niche that would probably buy this game is exactly the same sort of niche that would pay $30 for this.
Yeah.
I used to be on his forum. There are a lot of young children, I'll say that. I think that's kind of who he's marketing to, because he can get away with it.
His motto on the website is literally "dumb games for smart kids."
Wow.
Amazing.
Crazy Jim, brain collector.
Yeah. Like, if you take something kind of like this, but put it towards something with higher production quality and a more reasonable price, you'd have something good going. But
yeah.
Yeah, like it's a good.
Hasn't he branched out into Xbox 360 games using these exact models?
Like in real
I bet
time,
this game would sell pretty well in
realness.
XLig. I bet it would sell huge.
What was I going to say? You know, every time I see this game, I feel like Fry in that episode of Futurama where he's witnessing Burns Ball for the first time. And it's just incomprehensible. He just cannot process it because it's so far outside of his the scope of his experience.
I think that joke from Homestar where Stinker Man is playing cheat ball, whatever, it's some card game, and then the words play gets flash on the screen.
So, did I win? Does anybody know how this game works?
Hey, Strawberry, jumped over 7 of my buses.
So for me, I always think of just those words play get every time game looks completely incomprehensible.
Either that or I think of that episode of Doug where he was over at the Sleech's house and they were playing that weird pyramid game. Like, Doug couldn't figure it out at first, and then he's totally into it, saying all this jargon.
No, I never actually launched the game. It's the brothers who keep shouting all the jargon.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, he's totally baffled by this game they're playing because it's so outside of his experience as a whatever the heck Doug is supposed to be.
A spot-on parody of Wing Commando, though.
Yeah, that was actually pretty funny. I like that episode a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
is there a dog in the background?
It's not only a spot-on parody, but the game wasn't really all that mainstream. And it's definitely not the same visibility that Mario would have.
Maybe it was actually wait. Maybe it was a reference to Star Fox. Maybe
no, it was quite clearly Wing Commando, and they had the briefings of the Commando guy. They had the Space Funeral Game Over screen.
Space. Oh. They lost your casket, if I recall.
Oh, and we'll never seen. There was the whole anthropomorphic animal alien bad guys idea. This case, chipmunks instead of cats.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
Never seen this episode.
I would love to see this now.
That was my favorite episode. It used to come on a lot, obviously, when Nick was still showing Doug.
That's a pretty obscure thing to reference, though, and I'll give him props for that.
Well, to be fair, Wing Commander
kind
is
of more
pretty
styled
prominent.
like one of Just the costuming and all was
let me show something else real quick.
One of those old 1940s space serials, spacesuits and everything instead of military uniforms, but...
This game has a store, and this is what it looks like. There's so much crap you can get. There's like an art gallery of concept art and fan art.
You see piney.
There's a Zelda-style graveyard.
And you can buy more levels.
Graphics aside, it seems almost
you can buy other playable characters, but they require you to pay like absurd amounts of in-game cash.
Yeah, this guy costs 1,000. Let me go buy
Mecha Buafa as a playable character.
Oh hey, I forgot this has mini games you can buy even.
Ooh, Zappo Raiders.
Let me see what else there is I can buy while I'm here.
Excuse me.
Oh hey, I unlocked them art gallery, which is basically the concept art.
Concept art?
Yeah,
and this is not
that they thought ahead of time what this was going to look
This is somebody's idea of a finished product.
Yeah.
This guy looks like Charlie Brown and Uncle Fester had a baby.
Also,
well, his name is Buafa, so he'd be a long-lost cousin of Uncle Fester.
It says minigames?
Yeah. You have to pay to unlock them, but still.
Oh.
Also, apparently Buafa has a sister who looks exactly like him, except with hair, and her name is Buafina.
You know what I just realized this reminds me of?
I'm gonna... Pardon me a moment, I'm gonna run this off of Windows XP, because I think that'll run better. Because as it is, it's kind of hard to control.
Yeah. And I was gonna say really quickly, I just realized this reminds me kind of those games back when CDs first came around, where you just like see random games trying everything they could for no real reason, rather than just pack in more.
I'm going to stick this and watch later.
Yeah, as it is, running on XP, there's a lot of input lag is my problem.
What'd you say?
I was asking, I was asking Weasel if I heard kittens in the background.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was going to be that loud. I've stuck it in my watch later playlist for later.
Yeah, I thought my rude guest star was being picked up again.
What is with your dog's face in this picture? Because it looks like a really bad warp effect done in like Photoshop or something. Like it's just the dog's face.
It's
Yeah, she was yawning at the time and I didn't like focus the picture, which I'm just gonna drop the picture of the rude guest star in the stream chat too for context.
Hang on a moment, I gotta change my save file real quick.
I just want to say, I'm very pleased. This is the first time tonight that my cat has ever thrown up on linoleum.
You should give that cat a treat for doing the right thing, even if it might not understand why.
Well, the treat's not going to stay down. I guarantee you that.
Sorry,
that's more of a right wrong thing.
No, it's just the cat always barfs on the carpet.
Yeah.
It's like this is the first night where she barfed on the carpet, but then she went and barfed on the kitchen floor, and it was like it's kind of cool.
Sorry about that. I just had to change my save real quick.
Lisa just said her cat once puked on her DVR and it shorted out.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry.
Which means that all of her taped episodes of Clarissa Explains It All lost to time.
That's the feline equivalent of the feline equivalent of when a kid sticks a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in the VCR because the slot looks like it's the right size for it.
Or a chocolate bar on the floppy disk drive.
I don't think any house with kids in it would even have a VHS anymore.
Well, yeah, this is a minigame too. It's probably a ripoff of something, but I don't know what.
There was It's kind of F1 Spirit-ish.
Super high-speed Caverns of Mars.
It reminds me of that one game from Action 52, Star Evil or whatever it was.
Well, this is just an endless runner, but instead of horizontal, it's vertical.
But you do get money for playing this, which is nice. So if you want, you could theoretically grind forever to get everything in the game. Probably shouldn't, but you can. I'll show off them art gallery in a second, too.
Oh boy.
At least looks better than Skunny.
I wonder if I can find a save of this that has everything unlocked.
I've seen this game before, this maze, or this cave game. I forget the name of it, though.
That's what brings to mind for me.
SF Cave is the one I hear the most frequently.
Hello and welcome
Yeah,
to Who
SF
Doesn't
Cave
Want to Be a Moron?
There's a game before SF Cave,
Okay.
I think.
Let me see if I remember the answers to all these questions.
That's right. That's right.
I hope you like trivia. Because I remember memorizing all these questions there were.
Oh, I know you like
correct.
trivia, Bob. Especially trivia monsters.
Oh man.
Don't you start.
Escape from the Forbidden Forest. Or
You know,
Infernal
if
Forbidden Forest.
I was
Let me
thinking
try that
about
one more
like
time.
putting in music and sound effects from Trivia Monster and Escape from Return to Forbidden Forest over the large chunks of the Christmas podcast, or I'm sorry, live cast, because we just had like minutes and minutes and minutes of just dead air because we were just talking about stuff.
Yeah, really inappropriate things.
So yeah, this is the kind of you get for getting achievements. I do like that he actually explains what everything in this is, though.
That guy looked like a brown Squidbillies.
Yeah. Oh, Rusty.
I do
So, like,
actually think this is legitimately kind of cool, though. Just the concepts he had.
One quick question though. I take it this really was all made by just one guy.
Pretty
Oh my
much.
god. Oh man. For real? They had a third season of Pete and Pete DVD? Jeez.
Oh,
Well,
I
mean,
wish I could find
they
this.
found the Sega Jet in a warehouse in Thailand, so I mean, it's not impossible.
See, this is why we play stuff like this, because we find this.
My name's not Shane, kid.
Is that dude taking off his pants? Looks like he's just like about to drop trow right there.
This is the best reward for achievements ever.
Yeah. I got the last two models are pretty much. Where are the last two models pretty much identical, but one's only half of a guafa.
I have to imagine this supposed concept art is just stuff he made after the fact to make it seem like he put more thought into this game than he really did.
Yeah.
Really, would you believe that any effort was put into this game?
Okay,
Just seeing it as it is now.
That's a pretty good drawing. I'll give him that.
That's really Darius-like.
Yeah. Which
it.
begs the question why he didn't just do a hand-drawn style instead of this really ugly potato, badly drawn.
I imagine probably due to animation problems. I mean, for some it is easier to animate in CG than it is to do hand animated hits or what.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
I like how all this is like no point in the actual game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I bet this guy would be great to have in Flock Draw.
Yeah, like he has a pretty nice style. I'll give him that.
Also, you touch that water, you die instantly. Anywhere.
Even in the museum, even in this wonderful museum of concept art.
Yeah.
It's a spike pit. One touch means instant death.
Amusingly, water is more lethal than lava. Because at least the lava only damages you.
It's change-o time!
Oh man, he could. Yeah, he could totally sue Cartoon Network.
Penalty board is copyright Hamumu software.
Someone inform him so that we can have this really long protracted lawsuit.
I was gonna say, that would be amazing because then we'd be done with all this like fanfic crap. that it's turned into. I enjoyed it like at first, and then it's like turned into just basically whatever the whoever's writing it is like airing their personal sexual demons, and trying to.
So this is apparently fan art. I shouldn't
Wow.
laugh, but it's really hard not to.
Yeah.
So is that like Johnny Cage?
That's an
Gingerbread
enemy
Man?
fight. It's called the Ninja Bread Man.
Oh, it is?
jeez. Before the Wii game?
Yeah.
Probably.
Wow.
Wow.
And have some cosplay. Modestly hot Bawafa.
Modestly, reasonably attractive.
That's your Bawafa cosplay. That's all you have to do.
Just dress up in green and have a hammer. A
And to
rubber mallet.
think that woman's probably a dust accountant or a garbage barge driver or a bank chef now.
Yeah, I just realized this guy pretty much looks like every game protagonist these days, just shaved head, t-shirt, and jeans.
So wait, okay, did it say modestly hot Wafa in the
No,
title?
Oh.
That's a Homestar joke.
I was gonna say that would have been.
I'm gonna do that quiz one more time so I get more money. Because I.
You know what the things are, you can cheat.
Hello and welcome to
This game
Who
is
Doesn't
shutting down
Want to
my
Be a
brain
Moron?
functions one by one.
That's right.
It
Like
makes
sooner
you
or later, I'm
question
just gonna
everything
like
you've ever
poop my
felt.
pants just because like
Correct.
so I'll just forget how to not
That's
defecate
right.
on myself.
Yeah, it's a small price to pay to witness a
Correct.
Mumu soft game.
Correct.
Okay, I don't remember what the answer to this question is. I'm going to tell you. I'm gonna say it's Merced, California.
Correct.
What is?
Oh,
Correct.
it's an in-universe quiz.
Yeah.
And some ask you about his other games, like this one.
Correct.
Yeah, as much as I want to continue playing this, I think you guys have seen enough.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Let me put XP back on it.
I guess you now know how I feel sometimes with DMC.
But yeah, I bought that game when I was like $12 or $30, and I hope you understand what I went through.
Did you say you beat this game entirely or at some
I don't
point?
think you can beat that game because it's just so freaking huge.
Just when you think you're done, more bits of it open up.
It's like the Lament configuration, only inside of it, instead of it being Pinhead, it's a bald, badly CGI rendered man.
I'm kind of surprised that there's not a Pinhead Buafa.
We have such things to show you. Or however that went.
Just a moment, I'm gonna load an ISO.
Seriously, like that game is killing me. Like they're
$30.
Like you'll wake up tomorrow and you won't remember like a couple letters from your first name. My name is Xerxes, isn't it? Xerxes.
Instead of forgetting the password to the GC9X Twitter, you'll forget the username.
So this game's pretty cool. It's basically a huge rip-off of Mario Brothers, the original, but I still like
Oh
it.
god, that's Bonkheads. I remember playing this on the Mac.
Crag and Thog Bonkheads. I've never seen this before. Holy crap!
This is basically just a Mario Brothers clone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's pretty. Got good production values.
Oh, but it's for the Mac. Yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah, this is definitely a former Macintosh game. You can just tell.
Yeah, the thing was, the reason I played it on the Mac was because while I was visiting my aunt and uncle, who are devout Mackies.
Man, that must have been depressing as a kid going there, because it's like they have games, just games that no human being ever designed.
It was interesting to me, actually. The only thing I really missed when I was over there was Half-Life.
Did Half-Life ever come out for Mac?
There is
Yeah,
still
recently.
no Mac port of Half-Life, I don't think.
Really?
Actually, one came out
It
recently.
was canceled, wasn't it?
Well, like the original Mac port was canceled. I think nowadays you can play it on Steam, but
Also,
too
this
little
guy
too
right
late.
here is supposed to say things between each level, but XP isn't showing it, so it just looks like it's massively censored.
Well, what I mean by that, Z Reserve, is that a lot of Mac games have this unusual quality that you can instantly tell they were made on a Mac for Mac users. I can't explain it exactly. Like, again, it's like games...
Radiates like smug self-satisfaction.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Nice.
Well, not that exact. I can't explain it. It's just this weird
I'm
quality.
saying this as a Mac user who
It's like
feels
how you-
superior to all of you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like how.
So what
you
you're
know,
witnessing
like
here
there's
is a
no
game
actual-
far superior to our barbaric PC-using taste, is what you're telling me right now.
The thing is, like, only Windows 95 could make System 7 look good.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like Mac products and stuff like that were, I think, pretty bad in the 90s, but your other options were so much worse. It's just that you had games and stuff for that.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what drove the sales of those
wait a minute.
systems.
I've always wanted an iMac just to see what the games back then were like.
Yeah, I honestly just want to
I'm
get one of
just
those old...
thinking of when
there
System
is-
7 was released again, because you'll get a lot of people say that Amiga OS still is a better operating system.
Well, here's another thing.
Preemptive
Nowadays,
multitasking!
Apple's best-selling product is actually a tablet or handheld device, not a desktop. So
It's the
Yeah,
Apple Newton.
not about Macs as a computer system.
Mac did have some really weird and actually in some cases kind of cool, if a bit cheesy, exclusives. Prime Target, for example.
Oh, Jesus.
Pathways into Darkness,
that
Marathon,
Game.
um,
Basically anything on the Marathon engine, even though
Escape Velocity, right? That was Mac exclusive.
Yeah, that was.
all of Ambrosia Software's clones of arcade games. I'm a particular fan of Swoop. And then there's also one that I think has no equal, Harry the Handsome Exec.
I was about to mention that game, Weasel. What the hell?
The world's only chair-scooting combat simulator.
Wow.
Didn't Mac
It was
OS
like
get...
shooting staplers at robots.
I hear
Yeah.
people talk about Bugdom a lot. I want to see what that's like.
There is a PC version of that, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. there
didn't
is.
Mac OS get one of the Better Wolf 3D ports?
Did
Yeah, the Mac Wolf 3D was the first one that had the rocket launcher, flamethrower, and some of the extra stuff.
didn't it
By the way,
use,
which one
like,
you tried to
3DO
stream
assets?
Flying Nightmares on 3DO but couldn't figure out how it was supposed to control?
The Wolfenstein ports are kind of a complicated mess of ports of ports.
Yeah.
Right now, the
They
the
do have
best
better music, though.
Wolfenstein
I like their
port is for
soundtrack.
iOS. Like right now, the best, like in terms of like the quality of the assets used and stuff, it is the iOS version. Like, it may not be the best controlling one. It probably
I
isn't.
personally would argue that the Mac version is, because it seems like they pulled all of the wall textures and weapon graphics from the Mac version, but left the enemies alone.
Is that Splinter?
It's the
Yeah, that's
iOS
what I was
version is
wondering.
mostly
That's
taken
one of the
from the Mac
bosses, I
version
think.
and the 3DO version.
Yeah.
It kind of picks and chooses.
If I were to pick one Wolfenstein port to just declare the best, though, I would probably pick either the Mac or 3DO version. Because they're both essentially the same thing. It just depends on whether you like playing with your keyboard or with a gamepad. And I have no idea what the 3DO gamepads are like.
Hey guys, I'm
kinda
going to
like-
cut loose.
Okay,
guys have
catch you
a good
later.
evening. All right,
Alright, see you,
later.
Joe.
All right, see ya, JoJo.
Good to have you, sir.
See,
Yep.
There's a hole in my heart where JoJo just left.
We'll always remember him.
There's a JoJo-shaped hole in my soul.
Joseph Joestar shall live forever in our hearts.
Okay, I
And
kind of was looking for
as I
it.
say that, a silhouette of his face shows up in the sky and grins.
Game over. Return of
Nods
Pokey Turtle.
appropriately.
I was looking for some ISOs, but I had found them, so.
Now, where did that
I
trope come
just
from?
imagine Pokey showing up in the sky, flying around, and then taking a dump.
That Japanese entertainment trope of somebody who recently died showing up in the sky as an astral entity and giving.
That's not just Japanese. Don't get the Lion King pulled out.
You reminded me of the ending, one of the endings from Sonic 2 in the Game Gear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
2001: Space Odyssey.
You guys, how is that supposed
Yeah, it turned into a giant space baby.
Okay.
Giant space baby.
So I'm going to show off some e-games games, and for anyone who missed it, okay, this is not technically shareware, I'll admit. This is more like shovelware.
They probably stole an existing shareware game and rebranded it.
Yeah. But these games were a big part of my childhood, even though they shouldn't have been. I bought these so many times at places like Walmart. Well, not Walmart. Drugstores. Places like Office Depot. And they were all... 90% of these games were terrible, but I kept buying them, and... Generally, they look like this.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I've actually got two of theirs. One that I think my mom specifically chose to buy, and then one that I got from my grandma.
And I still remember, for some exact reason, buying this one stupid Diablo clone that I don't even remember if I actually bothering to play.
Do you know what the name of it was?
I think it was called Blade and Steel or something. It was kind of this Chinese fantasy-themed one.
That sounds familiar.
Oh, I think he's talking about the game I made in 1999, El Diablo Loco.
Okay, I know this one works.
Somebody want to see a Day of the Dead inspired Diablo clone, because that's what I thought of when you said that.
El Diablo Loco is a Taco Bell inspired.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's like all the
this is
a
3D Maze Man. It is an entirely original game that has never been done before by anyone.
Yeah.
Until Hasbro sued them, they had to change the main character. That happened.
So the main character here is just a Pac-Man, but terrifying.
I like the ghosts. Like, they just look like they're really high on something. I'm not sure what.
Party time? What the hell?
I just found another one, a silly one.
No, phone, stop, please.
Oh man,
your phone.
That Pac-Man looks coked out.
That Pac-Man looks dead inside.
Game.
You
I
would
love
be
how much
great
pop-in there is in the background.
if you could fall off the map in this game.
Wait, I like how the ghosts turn to angels. I don't know how that works.
I've found it. Blade and Sword. And I seem to remember a PC Gamer review of this where they didn't especially like it.
I can't even remember why I bought it. I don't even remember ever actually getting around to playing it.
So yeah, they released this game like 4 or 5 times. It's always the same game, they just changed the sprites around a little bit.
Like, are they always terrifying?
Yes.
Oh god, no! That's too close.
I thought I ate that last pellet. What the hell?
Quality gaming experience.
It reminds me of this, like...
Blade and Sword actually has dismemberment. That's pretty cool.
Meanwhile, what I actually thought this was at first was this.
So, they eat... Damn it. I can't
Oh, that reminds me of one of the worst things I ever bought. Let's see if I can find it.
3D Man, one of the only games apparently inspired to be like Bug, as opposed to be completely not like it.
Here we go.
No one's got Avatar.
I start every day of my life by
Here it
looking at
is.
myself in the mirror
One
and
of
saying,
the
"At
worst
least
things I ever bought.
not Bug."
How bad could it be?
Aren't we the image of maturity today?
Although the game looks
this
crap,
deserves it.
the actual colors and just the general art is actually really kind of nice.
God,
Honestly, it doesn't really seem that bad because you can't really ruin Pac-Man that much besides the graphics.
Damn, dude, a Cosme game? I'm sorry.
And then they made a Christmas version. It's exactly the same.
Oh crap, this is Webfoot Technologies. I forget what else they made, but I mostly know them for inventing Deadly Rooms of Death.
They actually made a couple of DBZ games that weren't bad.
This game is like being stabbed in the eyes.
Mm-hmm. The creepy,
But yeah,
oversized 50-yard stare, cyan-ass eyes.
Do you happen to have 3D Frogman? Because I'm pretty sure that's exactly the same thing, just with a frog.
I will look. Because 3D Frogman needs to be seen or just... They kept trying to sell this game over and over, and I don't know why.
So wait, what is this last game you linked to, GunHeart? This one with the robot? Because it's just the cover.
Yeah, it's hard to find anything on it because it's so damn obscure, but it's essentially a FPS without... How can I best describe this?
Without fun?
Well, that's a given, but...
As a side note, I'm just going to say that
I... because I love giant robots and I have giant robots on the cover.
So, there's a Gypsy Danger...
So yeah, this is, this is what they did after they got sued by Hasbro, or... See... So Hasbro did something, and then they made this.
Okay, so they replaced the bananas with power pellets. Well, they replaced the bananas with what looked like shrimp or something. And then the bigger bananas are just the power pellets from Pac-Man, so it's like half of one, or it's like... Yeah, it's like... Wait, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. There you go, that took me way too long to remember.
Yeah, are they saying they could be pipes? Maybe he's getting high.
I think they're supposed to be like little worms or something.
Shrimp, maybe?
Because he's a frog, I don't know.
Yeah, I said it on the previous
Found
one, but
the
I
video
actually...
of it, just a second. I'll link it.
It's got pretty nice art to it. I like the color choices. They're really nice.
Yeah, the color palette's sensible enough. Everything just looks all 1,000-yard stare shit, though. Like, never blinks, never... Ugh.
And the background color and art is quite good. I actually really like it.
Yeah.
Also, some of the music in this game is actually pretty good if you like mod music.
God, did we need that wink?
No.
Yes.
Help.
Wink.
End with the winking. I can't deal with this.
Is it eating shrimp?
I guess.
This feels like it should have been released much earlier, and then it would have been like this amazing spectacle of...
I think it was like 98 or 99, maybe?
Pac-Man.
Yeah, if this were like 95 or 96, this would have been really amazing.
If it came out like the same year as Bug, it would have been done pretty well, I'd say.
You know what's weird about Donkey Kong Country? Although I'm not like one of these people who like pretends like Donkey Kong Country is a bad game. Because I think it's good, but like in terms of what Rare accomplished prior to Donkey Kong Country, like it's really like one of their less impressive games.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I don't like most of Rare's games, but they did some amazing stuff.
Yeah, it's
like
honestly, it's
technically
nothing
amazing and like innovative.
I need
like
an
Donkey
adult.
Kong Country is kind of neither.
The real draw of Donkey Kong Country was the pre-rendered graphics. I think a lot of people thought they were real-time or something, or that was kind of the appeal, is you had something that looked like a Pixar movie or something.
Different.
I don't think they ever actually specifically marketed it as real-time. They just were showing off that graphics that look like a PlayStation game are coming from last generation's console.
Alright. This is one of the E-Games CDs, and they were pretty much all like this. I mean, look at all these games you get. Turns out they're all demos. All of them.
I remember having one of these, and played a lot of the stuff on it, but and until Interposer crashed on the next screen.
So we've got our chakra of mediocrity.
Oh crap, hang on.
Oh, Tom needs...
I got him. Don't worry, I got him.
Do I just see a straight up Minesweeper? Or no, wait, that's...
I don't see Minesweeper.
I
did see... Oh god.
It's the same game in the corner.
I gotta show this game off. This one I just found.
Oh god, Wise Solutions. Is this... No, wait, Wild Tangent was a different thing.
Wild Tangent was... They dealt in browser games that installed spyware.
Right.
Hang on, let me find that. So, that game is a rip-off of Pac-Man. Here's what happens when someone messes with Earthworm Jim. really hard.
Oh yes, Crazy Drake.
Oh,
Draco.
Also,
yeah,
I
remember
I
seeing that in the
don't know why the
trailer.
window's so small, but
There's two versions of this game, isn't there? There's an earlier DOS release or something. I forget. There's a couple versions of this game. Wow, 2D
Oh
free.
Lord.
yeah.
Crazy Drake's Nuclear Nightmare.
Crazy Drake hits all the acid.
Don't ask me why the window's so small, because that's how it looks for me.
It's because they're trying to run it in low res and DirectX on a video card that probably doesn't support it.
I'll be right back in a second.
But yeah, this is totally Earthworm Jim. It's not even subtle.
This guy looks like Foghorn Leghorn's dickhead son.
That run.
Now eat, I say, eat lead, you.
This doesn't. This okay. I've seen some gameplay videos of this. This doesn't look bad. It's just an obvious ripoff.
I admit the animations are kind of cool.
Yeah, it actually it animates pretty well. It doesn't look like a bad game. It just looks like a. I don't know.
The animation quality is almost like Boogerman-ish.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Not quite as good as Boogerman. And yes, that's a statement I never thought I would say, is that any X game would have worse animation than Boogerman, but here we are.
Well, for what it looked pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah, it's shockingly good. Although the animation team behind that, like, I forget, it was something Little Gangster or something, I think it was, that did the animation for Boogerman. The only other game I could find credits for was a Tonka game. I forget what the name
I'm
of it was.
surprised how fast it looks because, you know, some games with lots of animation like this tend to have animations too longer for smooth gameplay.
Yeah.
I'd say even Earthworm Jim kind of suffered from that in some places.
Yeah, like with the worm whipping.
Well,
that was kind
it's
of
because you can stop on a dime, I think. Like, you have these really fancy animations, but it looks like Bob can stop at any time. Which is a problem with Earthworm Jim's, that when an attack or whatever would wind up, like, you couldn't like back out of it, especially the whip.
Yeah.
And that was part of the game. I mean, you had to get the timing down, obviously, but that is a problem a lot of like really well animated platformers had, is that the animation took precedence over the gameplay. Oddly enough, going back to Boogerman, that game also does not have that problem, despite how well animated it is. You can also stop it in a dime. You've got good air control and all this other stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I guess you could say this game is now
more about the hidden merits of Boogerman.
I've been tempted to do a video or a stream about that game.
You should. I'd like to see that.
Maybe
There
do
are
a
certain
post-mortem.
games that I will not play just because they depress me. Like,
Really?
there's something about, like, Boogerman is one of those games where it's like, Clay Fighter's another one where it's just like, this is a steaming mass of, like, dashed dreams and failed ambitions.
Clay Fighter's just weird. Like, I don't know if they were trying to make something serious with it or what.
That's the weird thing though about Boogerman, is that it's as dumb as that game is. It's not a bad game. It plays well. It's a pretty good game given the constraints of the material.
It's not like a quality judgment. It's more like like the idea that somebody would debase themselves to the point of making and selling a game called Boogerman. Like, there's just I don't know.
Came out of stuff being popular, like the grossness was quite popular at that point. Like,
that's exactly
sort of thing.
But that's what I mean. It's like I want money, so I'm going to do whatever stupid thing is going to make money. It's like, I don't know. Like, something about that just makes me feel dirty.
Well, there was a mercantile attitude to it, but they also did try and make a good game. They weren't selling it on it just being gross. It was gross, but it was a good game.
That actually makes it more pathetic, because it's like, if it was a good game that could have sold on its own merits, then it's even more of a crime against taste.
Well, maybe they really wanted to make Boogerman. Maybe they had a Kickstarter. They obviously either are really desperate to make something with money involved, or they actually like the franchise.
No, I'm kind of sad that Boogerman thing went down so badly. It went better than Dizzy, but not by much.
Who has nostalgia for Boogerman. Like, that game shamed me even as a 10-year-old or 11. When did it come out?
1994, I want to say. 95, maybe.
12-year-old.
It couldn't be any earlier than 94, because 94, sometime during 94 was Earthworm Jim.
But yeah, this game is okay. Just to respond to what Zebra sort of said.
Crappy old Zorro, Prince of Persia knockoff I once had.
Well, this game looks like if you liked the style of the way Earthworm Jim played, this would be a great game to pick up because it looks exactly like it plays the same.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, I'd actually also still say that the levels look like it's easier to tell what's a platform and what's not.
Yeah, that drives me nuts.
Yeah, it's a nice touch.
It's because the actual stages look less interesting so that they've actually made them practical.
And this is the
I
entire
like how
boss
even
fight.
the first boss is a shameless ripoff of the first boss from Earthworm Jim.
Yeah.
Except you're not dropping fridges on them, you're dropping dynamite.
Nice.
What'd you say?
Looks like there's no ammo mechanic either, which is a nice touch. I mean, Earthworm Jim just doesn't seem like the kind of game that needed ammo.
And now it's Bubsy.
Oh boy. Oh sure, let's all torture the dunkster.
Why did you clearly avoid those very handy power-ups? Oh, now you died.
Whatever blows your hair back, man.
It even says exit to OS, so all they had to do is chop off the D from DOS.
It's no longer a disk operating system, but just an operating system.
You are installing these in a virtual machine, right? So you don't get a virus?
Yes, definitely.
Or not a virus, but...
Yeah, it's not really viruses, it's just adware that kind of perpetuates itself.
Yeah.
I don't think this game
I don't think you need to use the launchers to actually install or play the games. It's just there to trick you, I guess. I don't know.
Glorified copy paste. Or hell, maybe it's like one of those cases. Oh, sorry.
People didn't really know how to use the file directory system, at least to install games properly.
Or hell, maybe this is even. Oh, maybe this is one of those cases where the installer is actually just pretty much a glorified zip extractor.
Zip extractor.
I freaking hate programs that do that. Like, if you're gonna pack your program just as a zip, but have it executable be crap. I missed what I was trying to say there. And I like that in not Romano.
Here's another game I think they sold at one point.
Sunset Riders eats all the anime.
So this is Hangman clone. They gave it all this plot.
Marathon Hangman.
I can taste the Potato Man from here.
French fried potato man.
It happened a lot back then. All this plot for saying it probably didn't need all that much plot.
Okay, if this artwork's any indication, that woman that guy's carrying has very weirdly shaped thighs. Like,
Oh, so it's really just Hangman with graphics.
LDO.
This looks frankly pointless.
It doesn't remind me that much of Badlands because this game has it's muted. Badlands has that cartoon brightness to it that every Laserdisc game had.
Road Avenger.
Yeah.
Rhododendron.
I want to see if I can get enough
Wow,
money
that's
to...
the perfect word for this game.
I want to see if I can at least get enough money to fight Jim to see what that's like.
So you only get 6 chances, and that's represented by your bullets. Interesting.
Yeah, it's Hangman.
Also, I'm just going to lose.
Oh, you failed. Game over.
It's completely illogical that it's represented by bullets that he's shooting, considering he magically gets bullets back.
You can also hit 2 bottles at once somehow.
Gravestone.
This unrealistic, design just takes me out of the game. I can't.
One more
It's
time.
bad.
I wish they would show you what the word was.
I don't know.
Like, my best guess there was Gravestone, but I don't know if that was actually it.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I think it depends how big the dictionary in the game is. Maybe they don't want to show you the words because there's not that many words.
Also, if you want my advice, start with E since that's the most common letter.
RST.
Oh, I forgot. You get power-ups. You can use your coins over here.
Yeah, you just
Substantial.
look up Wheel of Fortune game theory and you'll be fine.
That's just so perfect. It's like the game is spelling itself out for you.
Yeah.
Like, don't waste your time with me. You could be playing something good.
Wait, no?
In fact, just
There-
shut the computer down.
Destination? This is like really
unusually elaborate.
Words it's picking.
Mm-hmm.
Any idea what this is?
Conference.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what? You already guessed... What? Did it... That makes no... You guessed C. You... What?
No, that must have been because I just used one of my power-ups, so it didn't count or something.
Oh, gotcha. I thought the program just kind of sucked, which it does,
It's
but...
the most depressing game of Hangman I have ever seen, and that's saying something.
Also, I like that Indian stereotype on the left
still
there.
This would actually be a good thing to do, like a Hangman game that steadily just gets more and more just disturbing and increasingly more nightmarish. Like Frog Factions, but with horror.
I want to see what happens if I actually get enough money. That's what I'm waiting on.
What you'll discover is the developers didn't expect anyone to get that far.
Who was this marketed to? Grandparents?
Probably.
Grandparents who think, gee, little Belly sure likes those video games. Might as well pick one up while I'm picking up my prescription refill.
Is that Cretaceous?
Like a last minute 7
Wait a minute, you already...
Christmas gift.
Oh wait, not Cretaceous? Really? I don't think that's a word a cowboy would know.
Yeah. A lot of these seem elaborate for, Wild West.
Rational? Wait, no. Rational?
Oh, rational.
Rationale.
I'm only playing this like this 472 to go hits 0. I want to see what happens.
I'm only playing this to get through college.
Student debt.
Initiate?
No, I don't think...
Intimate?
Eh.
No, wait, no, it's just...
Insinuate.
Yeah,
I already
insinuate.
used ass.
Oh. That's a good question.
Infatuate. Let me try that. No.
No.
Try an F.
Tried F, didn't work.
Insulate.
Used
No,
F.
that doesn't work either.
You in the fourth, but it's the fifth.
Inundate.
No, it can't be inundate, not
no,
enough
can't
letters.
Be, no, they can't be that either.
Is it insulate?
Inculcate.
Inoculate.
No, that doesn't work. Inoculate.
Because I noticed you haven't used C
Yep,
or
yep,
L.
that's it. That's it. That's it.
Sweet. Thank you.
That was
We're getting
close.
too far into this Hangman
die.
game. Just so you guys are aware.
What?
Oh, come on.
We're way into Hangman at the moment.
Yeah, this is a mere bullshit.
Things,
Game
I'm
over.
enjoying this.
Do you want me to try it again?
I love the fake anime style they have going there.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Like, makes this look like it was actually some, Wait, what did this
You know what?
actually
I'm gonna
was?
cheat.
if we're gonna wrap this up, I don't know if you're gonna do that or not, but the last game you should play, just for old time's sake, even though it's not a PC game or a shareware game, we should go out on some pie ass.
Yeah,
That's not shareware friendly.
Wait, I just thought of something. Like, what if that actually was some?
So I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, you can actually change the dictionary for this game? Oh. So you can hack the dictionary, or
You can
what?
make new topics. It looks like.
Oh boy. So you're just gonna blow through this game, just.
That's kind
So
of
what's the
that's
topic
kind
you
of good
create?
though. That's a nice feature to have.
Totally, what is that?
Totally cheating. I just want to see how you get far enough. That's all.
You should have made it a
Also,
really long word, though, Bob,
yeah.
because you're not getting that much money for this.
I'm noticing the counter's gone, so I think there might be.
The reward is it's its own reward.
Yeah.
How many of you supposed to blow up?
Bob, I think if you play this mode, you don't get the story.
Yeah, it's not showing the to-go counter anymore.
Yeah.
So you
No, still
can't
worth
cheat.
it.
It's a shame, but
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, I think
Maybe he's like died and gone to like Cowboy Hangman hell. This is just
Okay, I've had my fun.
And like the bottles just read his mind and arrange themselves accordingly.
Can I go with this a little bit longer?
I cannot believe there are people who don't know us who are watching this still.
Yeah, welcome to GC9X. We're pleased to have you here.
Yeah.
You're all my.
We're not
favorite
always like
people.
this, we promise. Only most of the time.
we're like this
Please secretly
99.9% of the time. The other 0.1% of the time is just a rounding error.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretty much sums it up,
By
yeah.
rounding error, we mean that most of the stuff gets cut out in editing.
Okay,
Well,
so
just most of the racial epithets.
now we have 201 best action adventure role-playing games.
Oh boy.
Why is there a Drama Master
Sure.
roleplay?
I'm pretty sure that category applies to absolutely everything, ever.
I'm not sure I could pick just 201.
Did I see Thexter?
Let me
Or
see.
no, wait, that's.
I could swear I saw something in there that said Daddy Mulk.
I thought I saw Total Carnage
No,
too.
I do see Worms Armageddon. I don't know how that ended up in there. 3D Ball of Defiance. I'm playing that just because of the name.
Yeah,
That sounds like a video game name generator result.
This
It
does
begs to
remind
be
me
played.
of the Game Empire Volume 2 CD that I own. Totally has a full registered version of Rise of the Triad on it.
Nice. Is that legal?
Probably isn't, but they probably didn't do the right thing.
Let
Rise
me
of the
find
Triad
3D Ball of
belongs to the
Defiance now.
universe, and it always has.
Take my drink of water now so I don't choke and start laughing like I did that one time.
Hey, let me reinstall it, see where I put it, because I gotta play this now. Program files, okay. What kind of game could we get from 3D Ball of Defiance?
Perhaps a Marble Madness.
Probably like a Powerball lottery simulator.
No, it's a Tamagotchi where you have to take care of a defiant, like, or post-pubescent ball, who just totally wants you to go off and die.
Post-pubescent ball. I'd love to know what the secondary sexual characteristics of balls are.
I'll just give
More
you anything lets you
balls.
win,
It's probably gonna be a breakout one.
No, when a ball reaches puberty, it's not sexual characteristics. It's a sudden irrational love of Limp Bizkit.
Okay, I describe that as a Ball of Defiance.
Is it your grandpa's balls?
Oh,
Balls of
sorry
defiance.
guys, we gotta wait 20 seconds so
Balls
we
of
can play.
defiance.
Better get your MasterCards out. Get your Visas.
Okay.
I wonder if this phone number is still active.
I can actually find out right now, funny enough. Want me to?
Oh God.
Call them.
Okay.
186
Here's the
87
so
Regsoft.
so if this turns out to be a sex hotline, I'm not responsible.
Do
Let
I
me
want to
set my phone to.
Yeah, sure. We'll see the
CNN.
intro while they call the Argent calls that number.
So can you drop the link in the chat? I didn't quite.
Nobody Balls of Defiance.
Or wait, it was Regsoft, right? REGSOFT.
Yeah.
That was 1-800
1877.
1877 REGS.
Okay, according to the Chosen, the intro means this is stolen from Ultima 6.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to hit the call button now, and this is a very productive use of my minutes.
And Z Reserve just suggested Snood.
Damn.
Aww.
That sucks.
And that was 1-877-734-7638.
Hey, I've got an idea. You know what you should call?
Sorry, I don't have Snood Z Reserve. I could.
Alright. You want me to leave a surprise message?
No, don't leave a surprise message. Leave a message we can all hear you leaving.
Okay.
Everybody's got to find out that this is.
I'm
this is
strangely
a real
disappointed.
What?
thing. Okay.
What? What is
One.
It's kind of like Breakout.
I called it.
60 go HG 101.
What was that again? 1866.
1860.
Didn't this game say it was 3D?
1860 go.
I'm pretty sure this is lacking a dimension. I want my money back.
Why do I remember this game?
That's 1-860-464-4101.
It has
The ball is technically 3D.
Everybody be quiet.
There's a number again if you need it.
You've reached the Hardcore Gaming 101 podcast Super Tip Hotline. If you have a super tip for this month's podcast game, please leave it after the tone. Keeping it real.
Okay, I'd like a pepperoni pizza with pepperoni, and more pepperoni, please. And I'd like that delivered to my private space station. Okay? Okay. And if it's not within an hour, I'm getting my money back, and I'm punching you in the face like 12 times.
Yeah, she had left a credit card number. I could have gotten you that pizza.
That would have actually taken effort.
Yeah, I'll totally just use your money just to order a
See,
pizza.
nobody believed me. Nobody believed me that I really set that up.
I believed you, Searches. I'm just not sure who the target audience is for a HG 101 themed sex hotline.
So this is not really 3D nor Defiant. It's just bloody.
Well, there's a
Is this
ball.
thing
1 or 3 and
platformers?
bad.
Like, I can't tell what genre of game this is.
We have lost like 2 or 3 viewers to this game.
Yeah, I should. Alright, I'm switching games now.
Now, you see, I thought that would have been due to my amazing voice.
Balls of Defiance. So this is just like your grandpa's Ball of Defiance. It is in fact lacking that extra dimension that would make it unlike your grandpa's Balls of Defiance.
Megaman
I think
save.
that Ball of Defiance game's okay though. It seems alright.
What?
How
the
did
blatant copyright infringement?
How did a
Come on.
Megaman thing end in this? Let's see what that is.
Baseball 2000 could have had its slogan being "These ain't your grandpa's balls."
I will bet you $2.50 because that's all I have. That this is a click and play game or something to that effect.
With Mega Man in it.
Let's find out.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is definitely click and play. I recognize that and stuff. In fact, if it's the Mega Man game I'm thinking of, oh no, this isn't it. I just remember stealing Mega Man sprites from another Mega Man game made in click and play, and then I made it a far inferior Mega Man game from it.
Amazing.
The circle of life.
Is this like the first Mega Man fan game ever?
I would say that it is the something that rhymes with first Mega Man game ever.
The
blurst Mega Man game.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. What do I pay you for?
That's one of my favorite skits from The Sims.
I can't read what Mega Man says.
You're not too much, trust me.
By the way, I gotta ask you, did you get a wave of that call, or does it actually get recorded anywhere? Because I kind of want that wave.
It is. It's in whatever gets saved of the stream.
Cool.
It's preserved forever.
Doc needs to hear that one.
That call, I can put. That's the whole reason why I set up the hotline, so people could leave messages.
What we had
to
on
put
Want to Be the Guy, we had this.
Hey, Nameless, you missed something amazing.
Wait, I think I have played this Mega Man fan game.
What? I didn't miss the call, if that's what you were talking about.
No. So how do you?
I'm not going to call the GC9X hotline because
apparently it's WSAD, but I'm not having that.
I think that's my big problem, Cal, is that a lot of our listeners are not from the United States, so it would cost a substantial amount of money to make those calls. I feel kind of bad about that, but I can't really fix it.
Well, why not set it up on
Skype?
Skype
International cards. I think it's cheaper to use Skype to call, but it's a hassle if you don't know how to do it.
What's kind of funny is actually wasn't even what I was originally planning on doing. That was just kind of what wound up happening.
Okay, I can't walk away for a moment. Anything I miss?
I'm playing a Mega Man fan game. A very bad one.
Click and play
also,
one.
you missed Sergeant making a call.
Feels nothing like Mega Man this game.
Hotline Hardcore Gaming 101.
It's definitely a click and play game. You can tell that much.
Mega Man, as designed by your uncle who has never witnessed or seen or played a Mega Man game in his entire life.
I love it how you can't shoot the enemies unless they're jumping. It's so bad.
Yeah, that's some interesting hitbox issues there.
Yeah, I'm done with this.
You need to upload the ISO for this, Bob.
I think I have it. If anyone wants it.
Oh,
someone want to see this game though, so I think people are going to want to see this.
Pie-ass.
You're slowly losing your will to live, I see.
No, this game is good.
Alright. I'm gonna check out before.
Okay, see you later,
completely. This has been cool. Thanks everybody who's been watching. It's been great.
See ya.
See you, dude.
Thank you, Z Reserve. Whoever you are.
Z Reserve needs to get on Twitter.
Thank you, Asa. Thank you, Dogballs95. Wait, what? Okay, now.
That got real awkward real fast.
I wonder if I managed to drag anyone into the stream by retweeting the
launch sequence.
Yeah, I don't think so. There are 3 people who pay attention to me, and most of them are already
penetrating inner space.
One of whom is my cousin.
Select
actually.
This game looks very strange. Is this the DOS game or is this Windows?
This is Windows.
I wonder if this wait, is this a 32-bit or 16-bit game?
It might be 16-bit. Let me just find a good folder. Yeah, let's pick 3D Frogman. I kind of hate that game, so. I think Zatango wanted this game, so that he can see this when this gets uploaded.
Does this tell you it's late?
Yeah, this is Operation Inner Space. Yeah, it said it's late because it's 1 a.m. over here. Must read the clock, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's 1:06.
So basically, this game, you fly around and shoot at your icons or something.
So it's a bit like Sinistar, it looks like?
Plays sort of like it.
Seems like it's just as hard to control.
A little bit.
There's quite a few games like this. There's one that I played once, 10 or 12 years ago. I really want to find out what it is. I think it was a native Windows game.
One lose-lose, was it?
Huh?
One lose-lose, was it?
I don't know. I think you got to choose many different crafts to play. I can't remember much more than that. But
Are you sure it's not Virus the game or whatever it's called?
I don't know.
It was like a 3D Descendant game where you could destroy your hard drive, or it wouldn't destroy your hard drive, but it was it would use files from your hard drive.
Oh no, this was just a normal sort of fly around in space and shoot things sort of game.
Oh.
problem is it's such a diverse genre of about 10,000 games that all look the same. I can't find it.
I'm doing really badly
I
at
think
this.
it had a ship that could actually transform between like go fast mode and a go slow mode, but it's not star control whatever.
Huh. There's so many games like that that it would take a long time to find it, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I'd like to find it, but I have no idea.
Let me try a different level if I can find one. It looks like, basically, it looks for floats have icons in them, and then you fight those icons.
See, is your reserve? If you're still in the chat.
Dude, or Doodad, or... Yeah.
Let me try on the Windows folder, see how that works.
We've got crap on our YouTube channel. We do, in fact.
So waiting to see Bubsy, I can't wait for that.
What? What's so funny?
Oh god, wow, that's the perfect picture.
I've added the HG101 Super Tip hotline to my phone contacts, and I don't have a photo for it, so I just picked a random one from my phone, and it settled on one from this ridiculous Uncanny Valley orange with a face.
I thought that was Thomas the Tank Engine for a second.
Yeah, I did too.
So, question, should we keep going or should we start to wrap it up?
Yeah, we should probably wrap it up after this game.
Up to you, dude.
Just go out on a high note with pie ass.
I would have to get it. I will play a few more DOS games though. Good ones.
On this sort of stuff. There's just so many games.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll play a few more DOS games just so we can say we played something good to end it all with.
Anything?
Later, Reserve. Hope you had fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I just remembered about this old Windows game. I can't even remember what the title is. All I know is that it definitely ran under Windows. It had a top-down perspective, 2D graphics, and I think every time you started, you were given a random variety of vehicles, and they all looked like insects or some shit.
Play a bit of this game because this game's pretty cool. We could definitely do this again though. We got a lot more to cover, I bet.
Yeah, that'd be done for follow-up.
Wacky Wheels. The game that would be ripped off for Skunny Cart.
Yeah, this game... Remember that Skunny game I showed you guys? Those people took this game... No, let me explain the story better. These people working for a game for Copysoft, they moved over to Apogee. Copysoft found the code, and they copied it.
They didn't find the code. The code, they were trying to sell it to Copysoft to publish it, and they went, no, we won't publish it.
And then Copysoft kind of did it anyway.
Yeah, they stole the beta code, which was almost finished, and just made Skunny Cart. Which means that Skunny Cart's actually pretty fun, because it's just Wacky Wheels, except slightly jankier.
Unfinished.
Yeah, who would expect the people named Copysoft copying things?
Wacky Wheels is really good, though. I had a huge amount of fun playing this.
It really is, though. For
new.
It's a little choppy at places, but it, as a Mario Kart clone, does really well for the time.
Yeah. In an era when the kart racer was just beginning to become a thing, this was an important thing for DOS gamers, because they wanted things that were just like what they had on the Super Nintendos.
Holy shit! That Mode 7.
Also, the music in this game was composed by Mark Clem, who was actually better known for music for various Doom 2 megalods like Requiem.
What's cool about this is it's one of the only games that I've actually, when I was playing it, I figured out a way to bug the game out, like the shareware version, so that you could race on the non-shareware levels.
There was something with the help menu, wasn't it? There was something important in the help menu, wasn't it?
So yeah, they actually got Mode 7 working on this.
Well, Mode 7 is just a fancier name for scaling and rotation, 2D scaling and rotation. They're doing this in software, essentially. It's the same sort of thing.
Yeah, Mode 7 is very particular thing. Although it could be Mode 7 in the sense that they might only be able to do one single
background layer. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that might be the case. I don't think this game has more than one rolling and rotating artifact.
And the is the fact that Mode 7 was so involved with specific Caldwell process, and it's now pretty much the default for sprite rotation like this.
Also, did Mario Kart, the SNES game, did that have a battle mode? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it did. This does too.
Like it had like 4, I want to say, tracks for that, and also like a unique music track, I think.
This also has a cool mode where you can like move around with the balloons and shoot ducks to get a high score. That's pretty fun.
I could do like that little devil that pops up with the last lap. I don't know why it's a devil, but he's so cool.
The devil also appears on what the game terms giggle keys in split screen play. If you start hitting the F keys, it starts spawning him on your opponent's screen.
Yeah, was that gonna be a weapon or something to frustrate your opponent, or was it just to be a dick?
It's just a thing you can do to be a dick. Like there's one of them you can hit an F key and it'll turn in. He'll appear on the other player's screen and move them.
Did I mention this game is online playing? Because it totally does.
Is it online or is it
it's modem to modem actually.
I wasn't sure. This is a bit early for TCP IP connection.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a DOS game, right? And it has that it has the modem-to-modem connection. That means you can actually play this online right now.
Yeah.
We should try that sometime. That'd be great. We could stream that.
You either both need analog modems or you both need to have DOSBox set up for it. Yeah. Because DOSBox does emulate this.
Speaking of games we need to play online, I'll finish this track and show off one more game. And it's a good game, I promise.
Also,
I will say not everyone feels that way, but they're wrong.
Random stupid trivia. Wacky Wheels was the first Apogee game to have a remote ridicule function, which is audio taunts, basically. It's like it came out a few months before Rise of the Triad came out and popularized it.
Wacky Wheels? I wonder how well Wacky Wheels sold, because I'm sure it was reasonably well known, but I don't know how much it actually sold.
I don't think it was really that big of a hit, but it wasn't a...
I don't think they ever kept sales figures.
Well,
they never released them.
Even if they kept them, they probably just never actually publicized them.
But yeah, the little demon's great. You can make them moon people.
I also like that the characters in this game, they're just sort of animals, they're not anthropomorphic, they're just animals in cars.
Yeah, you're a shark in a go-kart.
You know, this reminds me of a TV trope page that touches on that sort of thing. Oh my god! That poor dog! Or seal, or whatever
That's a moose, actually.
Oh. It doesn't look like a moose from what little I can discern of it.
Alright. One more thing. One more. And I think this will be the best thing to end it all on. Just gotta set up real quick. So, this is a game that pretty much all of us here love, but, well, never mind. We'll just say that all of us love this game, and I think we'd be right.
We'll see that up in it, I'm sure.
Is it Goodbye Galaxy?
No, but it's still pretty good.
It's a game that is very badly misunderstood by one specific person on our forums.
But we won't mention him.
Forgotten.
Hell yes!
I heard this game was bad from this one person I've never met.
But Xenophage is great, though, clearly.
But Xenophage has fatalities!
Guys, keep in mind we're going to be uploading this to YouTube.
I know, I'm sorry.
Wait, this game has fatalities too! This bull crap!
Yeah, actually.
Rapid destruction moves, baby.
Mm-hmm, and you even...
Also, you can fight Jazz Jackrabbit in this game, so eat it.
Well, you fight against Jazz Jackrabbit in a robot, it's not technically bad.
Yeah, oh, it's close enough.
Even still, Jazz shows up, Eva shows up, and Devon shows.
Yeah, I got the Shareware version just to keep off.
I
know this game is free now.
Fight a giant rabbit. That would be way cool.
Allow me to provide a little more soundtrack.
I know this is a shareware thing, but I'm surprised you didn't just get the registered version.
Oh, I
think
could.
it's
I'm just
free,
keeping this
isn't it?
authentic.
But like, I seem to recall shareware like only lets you play as like 3 people and 3
Oh,
robots.
too fast.
Set it to like 3 notches.
Play as 2. I think you can play as the base robot.
Say giant robot to me.
But yeah, you can make this game go ridiculously fast, and that's pretty awesome.
There's also a hidden menu that you can use to turn on some really advanced stuff, like a special juggle combo system.
Yeah, this game had juggles before like most other fighting games did.
Also, it has that Western anime look. Oh yes.
It even has net
They don't
play.
really play up the
Yeah.
giant robot aspect that much. I mean, the background's gonna use things like, you know, audience stands and such just to give us a sense of scale.
Yeah, but at least you get to fight in like power plants and in the desert with planes flying overhead and shooting at you. And, oh yeah.
It's got good music too.
This game is really advanced for the time, because you got like net play, you've got anti-infinite systems. This is 94.
Yeah, you've got so many customization options. Way better than any fighter on the PC when it came out.
This is even better than stuff like Mortal Kombat 2, I'd say.
Yeah, this is a much more competent fighting game. It's got less spectacle than Mortal Kombat, but it is a much more competent game.
It does, Chosen. You totally can play this multiplayer. And I'd love to do that sometime.
Let's play the sequel to One Must Fall, One Must Fall Battleground.
We tried that, it didn't work. It did not work at all.
Yeah, and that's why it sold like 1 copy.
It would be a good game if only it freaking let you change the controls and didn't crash a lot.
There's a scrap, but I forget the destruction.
I think the destruction, when you're holding him over your head, it's up-down punch.
Which game were we talking about just now? With,
This game.
With uncustomizable controls?
One Must Fall Battlegrounds. It's not that it can't be customized, it's that on modern machines, the controls menu does not work.
I actually remember that one being interesting.
I think it's like that the game flat out does not accept keyboard input on modern machines.
Yeah, there's some bizarre issue with the way the menus work in One Must Fall. Even with the patch, Battleground still doesn't work on Win 7. I don't know about XP.
Real shame, because I was really hyped up for that. I was even a member of the official community forum. But
The actual game itself is okay. It's just not great.
This game is still pretty amazing.
You know, if they rebooted this and made like a PC exclusive fighter, I bet it could do really well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If you can reboot Killer Instinct, why can't you reboot this? Like, really?
And one other giant robot game I remember having a cool demo of back in the day, but it's like one of the rarest games in existence. Team 47 Go Man, I think it was.
Yeah, I've seen that. I remember that one.
Which game?
I have never heard of that one.
It's called Team 47 Go Man.
Never heard of that.
It's essentially a 3D game where you pilot a giant robot against a giant monster. You have to fight it and destroy it before it destroys all the cities on the map.
Demo, you can also disable the wall hazards in this game.
You can't turn off the hazards, but I like leaving them on because it's kind of unique.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It's kind of cool to combo someone to death by throwing them into the electrified wall. Not to mention it kind of helps even the odds on occasion if you can keep somebody in the path of the passing jet.
Let me see if this works. Yeah, I might as well show off this real quick. This game actually has a tournament, though, that's more like an RPG, almost. Because you actually upgrade your stats and use your custom robots against other people. Which is really cool, I gotta say.
Although, it's kind of more you just grind up money to not lose.
True, but I like the effort.
I mean, I liked it too. It's just what it amounts to is it's the normal fighting game, except sort of either win easily or get beaten more easily.
So like the what was it?
If you fight the secret bosses, though, you can like special upgrades to do new things, which is pretty cool.
Like that.
I do like that.
What was that? That's called hardcore uprising, where you could buy upgrades and such, as opposed to the regular arcade version.
I like
also,
that you can play as Mr. Coolshades, though. I love Mr. Coolshades.
Also, yes, Jazz Jaggerman is totally a secret boss. Not kidding.
Yeah, I think he has like one of the highest speed ratings of any of the opponents.
And how does that work out as far as the art style goes? Does he just look exactly the same as in the?
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh.
One Lost Ball has the it has like a Bloodstorm sort of level of secret bosses that you can find. Don't you have to do like you have to kill an enemy in a certain position with a special attack, and then you go fight an extra boss or something? It's like very overly elaborate situation to get to a secret fight.
Dang, couldn't get to work.
Also, the TV announcer here is totally not Troa Barton from Gundam Wing.
Also, I love your grumpy mechanic. I use him as an avatar for a while.
Oh, so that's where it comes.
And when I was turning HG101 people into WWE wrestlers, Bob suggested I make his look like this guy. Everybody else did themselves. He wanted to be the grumpy mechanic.
And I thought it looked better that way. Well, I said I'd kind of wrap this up for a while now, and I've been bad on that, so I suppose I might as well shut down soon.
Yeah.
Anyone who showed up, I want to say thank you. I really appreciate you being here. And anyone watching in the future, I hope to see you here next time. Hope to be plenty of next times, and see you then.
Okay.
Thanks for streaming, dude.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks for streaming.
And hopefully this will be on YouTube, so that'll...
Mm-hmm.
And thanks everybody for putting up with the power outage.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
You're gonna edit that out.
Oh yeah.
And
right.
I was going to say, sorry if me knocking myself out with my microphone caused any problems.
Nah, you were fine.
Cool.
You were fine because you were not hosting anything.
Yeah.